Okay, we are coming to you live from Kincaid Park for the 2025 United States Championships, National Championships, at the start of the men's 20-kilometer classic technique. We're about 40 seconds from the start, the mass start race today. All the men are in the starting pen, getting lined up and ready to head out onto the course.
Yeah, and if we're not sure you're seeing anything yet on your screen, we're getting the cameras dialed up. It is a little bit warmer than yesterday, but still wind coming out of the north, and it is into the north that the race course starts. And there you go. There's a look at the starting line. So we have our men in position for the National Championship 20-kilometer Classic. I'm Andrew Casting. Here with me in the timing building upper broadcast booth is four-time Olympian Nina Kempel. And we are excited to bring you some coverage of today's national championship race. Lining up on the front row, we have Bib 1, Scott Patterson. He's certainly going to be a favorite today in a distance race. Bib 2, Joe Davies, University of Utah. John Steele Hagenbuch, winner of the first distance race of the events here at Kincaid Park, is Bib 3. Andreas Kirkhang, University of Denver 4. Keep an eye on Luke Jaeger at APU Nordic Ski Club. He was your U.S. national champion yesterday in the sprint. He is in Bib 5. Florian Knopp, the University of Denver, is Bib 6. Braden Becker from the Craftsberry Green Racing Project is Bib 7. Hunter Wonders is also a great classic skier and one to keep an eye on. He had some Period 1 starts for APU and the U.S. ski team. And I think we are about to go.
They are off. This is a 4-lap, 5-kilometer race. They're taking off through the stadium. Now they will descend for the first half kilometer before they turn and head up Elliott's Climb, which is probably the most difficult climb in the course, a very long, sustained, very steep at the top. Climb for them. This is mass start, so you'll see them clumped together for this first part of the race. We do have a camera up and going on Elliott's Climb, so you will see the racers again right there at about 1.5 kilometers or 2 kilometers into the race.
And then we have Holly Brooks leading out visually impaired skier. So that is the tail end of the start there. I'm looking to see if we can find out who that visually impaired skier is, 92. We have Brian Armbruster. Yeah, he raced yesterday. Different guide. I know Holly was working on her classic training and form so she could keep up with Brian and make sure she did a good job leading him around the course. We have upwards of
just about 180
racers
slated to start. Some not starting today, choosing not to start. It is still cold, about 20 degrees, very breezy in the stadium. But the trail conditions, the classic tracks are in good shape, and the course is holding up well. They will ski 4 loops of a 5-kilometer loop, and they are in a mass start format today, so a lot of tactics involved. This first lap, maybe just a lot of jockeying for just good position. You don't want the lead group to get away from you, but you also don't want to be exerting a lot of effort in this first lap. So just a lot of people trying to settle in, find their groove, skiing amongst a pack, which they haven't been doing as much, although a little bit experience yesterday in the sprint. But this is a bigger pack, and you just need to protect your poles, make sure your skis keep going straight down the tracks, and we should see them coming into sight here on the Elliott's Climb camera in just about less than a minute.
Yeah, what you're looking at there is a bunch of spectators moving over to the Gong Hill, so athletes will climb the Gong Hill much like they did in yesterday's sprint course. We're going to have a mix of artificial snow and natural snow and throughout today's course, so a lot of artificial snow up the Gong Hill and around the stadium areas. But where they are now, out on Elliott's Climb, it's going to be all natural snow, and I was part of a big shovel party. The community really came out, rallied to get some better depth into our ski trail and our race trail so that we could set a nice deep classic track. And so that's what the snow they're on now. I think it did bind back together. I'll tell you, it was pretty sugary when we were shoveling it out there, and we kept the grass out as best we could. But it was a big operation with 8 or 9 snow machines and carting snow out and raising that depth up. So there was a quick, let's see, we had a quick shot of Elliott's Climb.
If we could switch the camera over to the Elliott's Climb view, that would be great for online. Yeah, you can see the
There
big
we go.
pack
And that's
coming
John
up,
Steele Hagenbook in the green there, right in front and center for you at the front.
flanked on both sides by APU skiers. It looks like Scott Patterson
That's
and
Garrett Butts.
Garrett
Bib
Butts
17 really moved up already.
and
So
Luke Jagger. So 3 wide. There are 4 tracks set up Elliott's. As you can see, the skiers are still clumped very close together. Great opportunity for some of the younger skiers to hang with some of these elite skiers that will go on and ski in World Championships here next month. But it's not a difficult wax day, but it is. The snow is inconsistent across the course, as Andrew was saying. So trying to get a wax that works both on the man-made snow and on this section of the course, which is the more naturally fallen snow. So quite a few skiers out there on the course. It should be an exciting day, and we are glad to be able to bring this to you. Thanks to 49th Media, who's helping us broadcast this shot at the top of Elliott's Climb right now. We're about 2 kilometers into the race.
yeah, and today's 20K, like Thursday's 10K, is part of a college race series for the University of Alaska, and it's a Western College point-scoring invite. Any U20 athletes that want to make World Juniors are on a college team are going to do the 10K later, so they won't be able to score any college points. If you want to score points for your university, you need to be in this 20K and then upcoming women's 20K. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of the college skiers out front, including who we saw at the front, John Steele Hagenbook, Dartmouth College. He looked good on Thursday, and he's looking in control so far now today.
It's very early yet, so you just want to really relax and get in, find your own technique, find your own groove, and try to conserve energy. It will come down. Most likely, the race will come down to the last lap, and that's when the racers will really try to make a break or try to really string the pack out a bit. But right now, they're trying to kind of find their own place in that large crowd, ski as relaxed as possible, and conserve energy for the remaining 18 kilometers of this race. The 20-kilometer is a true distance sport, and we are happy to say that both the men and women are skiing 20 kilometers today. So a little bit of distance equity going on, and wonderful to have so much energy and enthusiasm around the distance race today. As Andrew said, it is a multiple-faceted race today. It is a college race, so the scores from Thursday's race and today's race will add up to being one of the Western qualification college scoring races, as well as a qualifier for the World Championships in Trondheim, Norway, the World Junior Championships, as well as the U23. So a lot of criteria and chances for athletes to qualify for international and national positions here. And a lot of athletes out here today just to get some experience racing against the very best skiers here in the United States of America.
And so where our athletes probably are now is descending roller coaster. After they climb Elliott's, where we saw them last, they'll go along a flat straightaway and then take a right-hand turn into a big rolling downhill. It is not as much of a roller coaster now as it used to be. They've smoothed out some of those dips, taken away some of the micro-terrain, and widened the trail. It still retains the name roller coaster. They're going to descend down that and then take a left into what we call Dark Alley, which has a fairly decent climb on it. Then they're going to make a U-turn and head to the Frog Pond. And if you were watching yesterday's sprint, you heard us mention that Frog Pond a few times. That's the low point of the sprint course. And then they're going to ascend Gong Hill in the same trail that they used yesterday. We might catch a glimpse of them skirting the stadium. I don't know if our cameras will pick that up, but we will try and see the athletes with our own eyes. And if we can bring you any updates, we certainly will. After they carry over the Gong Hill, they are going to go through a tunnel and skirt the edge of our biathlon range and stadium. And then if you've skied here before, you might have heard of the Leakish Trails. And we are going to be using the shortest cutoff of the Leakish Trails. It's about a 1.5K at that point of rolling terrain and also on natural snow out there. And we'll try and catch them as they come through the south tunnel towards the stadium. And at that point, they are going to head towards the lap. They're going to loop behind the timing building and come up, skirt the edge of the stadium. It's a 5K, and there will be 4 laps to decide our national champion.
And we will have timing splits at the 5K mark as they come into the stadium and just briefly round out back onto the course, back up to Elliott's Climb. So we will have a 5-kilometer split for you to be able to give you the updates every 5 kilometers.
So now I can see the athletes from my window at the top of the gong hill, and it looked like a couple DU suits, and I think I saw Dartmouth Green in third. I see a UAA suit up there, and now the train is rolling. So big string of men athletes coming off the gong hill at this point. There is a look on one of the cameras, but we're still looking at the finish there for what you can see.
We're actually now seeing some of the wax technicians out on the course still testing. The wax conditions are changing, so they do want to make sure that they're still finding the perfect wax for the women who are warming up at this point. But that's what you're seeing out on the course, as well as coaches skiing from point to point with extra poles. In the odd chance that two skiers collide and somebody snaps a pole out there, we have plenty of coaches out there with extra poles. As an athlete, you always want to get the perfect pole for you to switch in and switch out if that does unfortunately happen out on the course. But generally speaking, you take whatever you can get at that point. But you do see coaches going back and forth to make sure that they have extra poles in the case that somebody does inadvertently interfere with another skier and break a pole. We saw a couple broken poles yesterday in the sprint race, but we always hope to avoid that. You can see the skiers from the stadium point of view. We can see them actually heading right now, coming up. It looks like Gong Hill. Some of the last skiers coming over the top of Gong Hill is what you're seeing live there. Getting ready to head out where the elite skiers are right now onto the Leakish Loop, and they will ski the brief, very small 1.5 kilometer version of the Leakish Loop before heading back into the stadium briefly. And the Leakish Loop, in honor of Andrew Leakish, an athlete who passed away before his time, and designed by Jim Galanis, one of the more difficult loops that we have here at Kincaid Park, but certainly one that we all enjoy skiing.
Yeah, and that Leakish is about 1.5 kilometers, so it should take them roughly 4 minutes, I think, to get around it. And then we are getting a camera person lined up to try and catch them coming out of the south tunnel. They're going to go skirt the edge of the southern edge of the stadium and go under our bridge before they'll hit the lap. And then at that lap point, we should be able to give you some timing updates. The weather has started to change. I can feel a shift in the air. It's still windy out of the north, which is keeping things cool. Should keep the snow nice and consistent for today. Waxing shouldn't be too tricky for the coaches and wax techs. But I can feel that the ambient air is warmer if you stand behind a building or something that blocks the wind. It's definitely warmer than it was yesterday. And looking at the forecast ahead, things could get interesting for the skate sprint on Tuesday. We've got a warm air blast coming up from the southern Pacific, and that's going to loft some air above us. We're going to have a mixing of cold air below and warm air above, and that's always when Alaska's weather gets interesting. We end up with a lot more sticks on the trail than we'd like. But so far, things are nice and stable for these athletes today, and we'll brace for what comes as the sprint comes. I can see now the athletes coming out of the tunnel. Looks like a group of 4 with 1 and a 5. There's the string of chase packs behind them. Otherwise, we have our athletes entering the stadium. And I see Luke Jager in the front. There's also Will Koch there in that front group of 4, as well as Michael Earnhardt. I can see Hunter Wonders was up at the front, bib 8. So a lot of APU suits at the front. APU's looking good so far. I think it looked like Hagenbook had dropped back a little bit. He was in that chase group. So that is a look at the south tunnel, and they're just skirting the edge of the stadium right now. There's bib 22, that's Reed Goebel. 33 is Anders Weiss, BSF Pro Team. Here's a UAA skier, looks like Matt Celine. More UAA skiers looking to score points for their college on the home soil. Bib 69, that is Jake Adikoff, Sun Valley. 53 is Declan Hutchinson. Doing our best to read these bibs, but they're all screaming through the stadium in a tuck, so it's a little hard to see some of these numbers. That is UAA skier bib 76, Ethan Esky. U23, he's an Anchorage local. 78, that's Tyga Moore from Colby College all the way out in Maine. 73 is Simon Zink, BSF Pro Team. And so now we can see our lead just skirting back through the edge of the stadium and on their way out for lap number 2. And we will bring you the live timing updates just as soon as they populate on our screen. And Nina, thinking back to some of your mass start races and when you had a good one, what was going through your mind in the first half of those races, and how you're planning for the second half?
Yeah, I think the first half you want to make sure that you are feeling that your pace is under control, that if you're skiing at the front, you want to be able to test the pack, see how responsive they are to skiing the pace you are hoping to ski, but also being very aware of what's going on around you. Really, in the first 2 laps of a 20-kilometer race, you want to stay out of trouble. You want to conserve energy. You want to ski as relaxed as possible, despite the fact that you are skiing very closely with some of your teammates and competitors. But really, you're thinking about the last 2 laps, which are the laps that strategy really comes to mind. If you are a good sprinter, you obviously can wait till the 4th lap to make your move. But if you are not as strong of a sprinter, more of a distance racer, which a lot of the top-seeded men today were, you are thinking about that 3rd and 4th lap where you want to make a break. Elliott's Climb is obviously a clear place where people will likely try to turn up crank the speed up a little bit and see who can hang with you on the 3rd and 4th lap. But in these first 2 laps, we will likely just view the elite pack hanging together, kind of trying to find a speed that is a good, healthy speed to have a good race, have some good fist points today, but not one that is pushing anybody so hard that they're starting to fall off the back.
We had a quick look of the lap lane, so that's what the lap lane looks like. We haven't seen any times come through just yet. I was a little surprised to see that it had already kind of strung out to 4. Generally in a men's race, they're a little more careful about pushing it too early. And now we got to look at Elliott's Climb. So here's a great shot of our skiers on the 2nd lap going up Elliott's, and that is bib 4 at the front there, Andreas Kirkhang, University of Denver. Right there, flanked by him is Luke Jaeger, APU Nordic Ski Club. Also in there, Garrett Butts, bib 17. Bib 6 is Florian Knopp. And there is Scott Patterson, bib 1. So the usual suspects at the front. And it seems that the group did come back together a little bit on this big climb of Elliott's. You may remember in 2018, we used a similar course, and Tyler Cornfield was the champion that day. It suited somebody who had a sprinting background more, so they could kind of hang in this group, because the course is not as hard as some of the ones you see in Europe or on Olympic level courses, and so that allowed a sprinter to sneak in there and take the national title just by skiing tactically smart, hanging with the group, and then skiing to his strengths when it mattered the most.
But about 6.5 Ks in, you can see the shot that you're viewing. You can actually see how long Elliott's Climb is. You can see them they're coming into your screen having already climbed probably about 100 meters or 200 meters at that point, but it kind of it becomes a little bit more gradual before what you're seeing. The clear focus here, the hill getting quite steep. You're seeing the skiers having to kind of go into more of the shuffle or making sure they can really put their wax down on the skis to get good grip. But they will come to the top shortly after what you're seeing here and head down roller coaster, which is a long, very fun downhill, kind of ups, little twisty, little turny, but a lot of risers and fun for skiers to ski before they come back up to Gong Hill. But you can see the skiers are getting spread out here, especially some of the college skiers, who many of them haven't been on snow much this year. A 20-kilometer race is a big endeavor, and so they're starting to spread out here a little bit. But that lead pack still very tight, very close together. No one really interested in making a major move at this point, but they want to keep the pace somewhat fast so that they can thin that group out and make it a little bit easier to ski within the lanes of the tracks that are out there, but also the width of the trail.
Yeah, so I just got the refresh button on the live timing, and we got the 2 University of Denver skiers leading at that lap, Kirkhang and Knopf. Kirkhang from Norway and Florian Knopf from Germany. And right there with him is Luke Jaeger, Will Koch, Michael Earnhardt, Garrett Butts, and Hunter Wonders. They hit that lap at 12 minutes 35 seconds, and there's roughly 20 skiers or so within 15 seconds, 14 seconds of that right now. So that's your group near the front, and that includes other names such as Walker Hall, Finn Sweet, Peter Wolter, John Steelhagenbuck, we mentioned, Scott Patterson, Hugo Hinkfist, Christopher Kalev, Philip Moosmeyer, Peter Hines, Thomas O'Hara, Luke O'Reilly, Zachary Jane. And a lot of those are college skiers.
But a lot of those are skiers that are vying for spots in the Junior World Championships or U23 Championships or World Championships as well. So they can be both out here today. Walker Hall being one of those, skiing for the University of Utah, I believe, as well as trying for one of those international spots. Having a very good week, and Will Koch also hanging in there. So they're all of those skiers that are in that front pack still have a very, very good shot to take the championship today. And in fact, most skiers would say you don't necessarily want to be leading the whole pack at this point.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm just looking at Finn Sweet's having a great race for the University of Vermont. He's the top Eastern College skier, right in there with John Steele Hagenbuck. So those are the first two Eastern College skiers, and they are in the top 8 at this point. So otherwise, it's APU and Western Colleges at the front at this time. Sun Valley, Peters Wolter, right in that group, as well as Christopher Kalev, new skier with Team Berkey. And then we got UAF skier Philip Moosmeyer. Peter Hines is the top UAA skier at this time. And Thomas O'Hara is been helping out on the race organization side and still wearing his athlete hat, showing he can classic ski up with the best of them in the nation.
And I think as far as Americans today looking for good results, again, we mentioned Scott Patterson, a preeminent U.S. distance skier out here today to showcase his distance technique. Always enjoys the longer races. And here we're watching them come up, the leaders come up the top of Gong Hill and pushing the pace on one of the uphills here. It looks like the pack is still very much the same. A lot of APU suits involved, a lot of University of UAA suits in there.
Yeah, I'd estimate that at 20, 25 in that front group, and then now you're looking at the chase pack doing their best to get back on.
And likely the chase pack got dropped on Elliott's Hill, so they still have visual contact. That's always a good thing, but it's always tough to catch back up to the lead pack that's got some core momentum pushing forward. But all these skiers still looking strong as they are completing or just starting to complete their second lap.
While we have a moment, I'd like to thank some of our sponsors today. Presenting sponsor is Toyota, the local presenting sponsor, and has been for skiing for a long time up here in Alaska, ConocoPhillips. We also have the bibs provided by Kappa. Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, OPA, is one of the local supporters, along with Coca-Cola, LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, and Piston Bowling USA. There we're still looking at Gong Hill, and you can see that the athletes needing to use some herringbone technique to get up that steep climb. That's probably the steepest climb on the course. It was the steepest climb in the sprint, and it's shorter than Elliott's. Elliott's is longer and more grinding, but this one will punch you pretty hard if you're not ready for it. It's a good place to make a move, and especially if you can hang on to that move. I think if there's any groups left in the final lap, I'm going to look for some moves to be made on the Gong Hill. Especially if you're not tactically ready for sprinting, or if that's your strong suit, you tend to want to make your moves a little bit earlier than the last 500 meters. Any sprinter that's able to hang on and use their talents in the last 200 to 300 meters is going to be looking pretty good. If not to take the win, then to move up a few spots in the final turns.
And you can see on the feed there, Holly Brooks guiding our visually impaired skier up the hill. 20 kilometers is one of those races. They were taking a feed there or getting refill on a water bottle. 20K is just about the brink where some athletes may choose to take a feed, primarily probably to rehydrate, keep hydrated for on upcoming races. But some athletes may decide that 20Ks is not really long enough. But if they are taking feeds, they're taking it out of likely a baby bottle at the top of one of the hills, just getting a little bit of sports drink and or other drinks of choice into their system and helping them kind of move the liquid into the system and keep those muscles relaxed and energized.
Yeah, and the 20K is newer for this level of competition, and 20Ks have been contested at the college level for quite some time, and it was sort of the only place that had 20Ks. But when we went to equal distance with men and women, previously the men were doing 30Ks and the women were doing 15, and when we combined to equal distance, we got 10Ks and we got 20Ks, and then the next biggest race would be the 50K race. So 20Ks are new, certainly for U.S. Nationals and on the World Cup and the Olympics, and I think the women are getting to learn to go longer, and if you raced in the college men's circuit, then you know this distance well.
And when the championships were held here in '94, we actually held a 30K for the women here, and the course was extremely difficult. We raced during that 30K. We did the entire leakish loop 3 times.
Oh yeah.
So we skied 7.5 Ks, looped 3 times, which was an extremely difficult 30-kilometer course.
So I can see the athletes coming out of the tunnel, and there you have the shot of that. So there's our front group. A lot of blue APU suits. There is
Florian Kopf leading the pack.
Yeah, and we saw Luke Jager right before that shot went down.
And we'll try to get that shot back to you, but
I'm counting 16 in that front group now. Then there's a Fairbanks skier that's yo-yoed off the back, probably got spit off sometime on the leakage trails. Then I have a UAA skier, and it looks like a Denver skier in kind of trailing off in the chase group. So about 16 at the front at this time.
And we will have a split time here for you, probably in 1 or 2 minutes as they come through the 10K checkpoint. And again, this is where the lead pack does start to shrink in size, and but these are probably the top 15 athletes that will be poised to go into the last 2 laps and take the national championship or the collegiate championship, whichever they may be striving for today. But you see them coming around the corner there and back out onto the stadium.
Yeah, we had a quick look at the lap, then we went back to the Gong Hill. So, and then here they are coming out of the tunnel. That's a look at bib 40, Garrett Seaver of the UAA ski team in the green and gold. So we just got the laps through, and we're going to hit some refresh a few times and see if we can get lap 2 times. We will bring those to you as we see them.
And for the skiers out on the course, getting through the first 10Ks cleanly is always a good goal for the day. For those that are in the chase back, they are kind of realizing who they're really up against, trying to take stock of what their strategy is going to be given who they're going to compete against in these last 10Ks, and plan accordingly. So you really do have to kind of be agile as you are planning for the last 10Ks, but always happy to get the first 10 under your belt of good solid skiing and clean skiing as they head out. We will catch them going up Elliott's climb again here shortly. That will be their 3rd time out of 4 up that difficult climb, and we will hopefully catch them shortly on that view.
Yeah, we saw a few skiers in the 60s. I saw Jake Adikoff roll through. I believe they're skiing about to their bib placement. This would be my guess. Some of those skiers that you saw coming out of the tunnel looked about to be skiing where their bibs were placing them. They're all grouped together, still ranked about the same. Still not finding any live timing updates.
Does seem to be a little bit of timing delay on all of the sites that we have going up and going here, but we will bring them to you as soon as we are getting them live. We did visually see though, Florian Kopp from University of Denver going through the 10K checkpoint in first place, uh, followed by the chase pack that had Luke Jaeger, Scott Patterson, Andreas Kirkling. So some of the names that you've seen earlier in the week in the top 3, in the top 5, very much present in that first pack.
So I was able to get a refresh on my phone. So Christopher Kalev is going to be Team Berkey up at the front of lap 2, right there with Florian Knopf, Walker Hall, Luke Jaeger, Hunter Wonders. And so here is Elliot's climb, lap 3, and this is going to be the third time up this grinder. And it looks like we got a move made. Somebody's trying to go off the front there. Try to get a bib number on that.
Looks like an APU skier going off the top.
I think it's Garrett Butts that's feeling real good. He looked good in the first lap, and that is Garrett Butts. Nice tempo there, charging. I'm sure his mom and dad are screaming at the TV right now, as they should be. That is awesome to see. Scott Patterson right there. And here's your lead group doing their best to hang on to Garrett Butts.
You know, and the lead group's thinking, do we chase him down or not? There's a lot of people still in that lead group, and it's a little bit early to make a move, but if you're bold and feeling great, it's a good time as any to make that move. You only get Elliot's climb one more time, and there's got to be a lot of people out there thinking that's when they're going to make the move. So you got to give the Butts a credit for going for it and making a strong move there. He did look good. His tempo looked excellent. You can see the pack was trying to decide if they were going to respond.
Just a quick look of Thomas O'Hara. So he has kind of been spit off the back a little bit of that lead group. And now we're looking at the string of chasers. So some of the other names in the front that we didn't mention: Will Koch, Andreas Kirking, Peter Hines, Peter Wolter, Michael Earnhardt, John Steele-Hagenbuch, Hugo Hinkfuss, Finn Sweet, Luca Riley, and Philip Moosemeyer was just off the back of that front group when we saw him loop through. So those are some of the names at the top after 2 laps. They are a little over halfway now on their 3rd lap, and the next spot we hope to see them will be at the top of the Gong Hill.
And they're doing laps in just under 13 minutes, right around 12:45. The fastest second lap was right around 12:50. So we do expect them in right around 50 minutes and 52 minutes. But they're racing well given the conditions, and the course does seem to be holding up. The tracks, as you can see in Elliot's climb, are still well ingrained in the snow there, and you like to see that for the skiers that are not in the lead pack, still have those great tracks to confront this somewhat difficult and challenging climb.
Caught a look at Anders Weiss, BSF Pro Team. That was bib 33. There is bib 55. That looks like Axel Offledal, Michigan Tech.
And again, you're seeing on your screen the Elliot's climb screenshot. I think you saw on this round that we had some movement going. Garrett Butts making probably the first move of this 20K, first decisive move of this 20K. We will see here in a few minutes if that was
able to stick.
Yes, he was able to maintain that distance in the front, or if he was sucked back up by the chase group. But even if he isn't able to maintain that, he is signifying to that group that he feels good today, that he's strong, that he's willing to sort of put it out there a little bit. And as an athlete who's racing against that, you got to know that he's going to be a contender. As the athlete who made the move, you're always hoping it didn't cost you too much, but it was a bold move, and one to be commended as somebody who's knocking on the door of the next generation of those international ski racing teams. So but I think the next time you see this climb on Elliot's Hill, you will see a lot of action. Probably not just one skier going for it, but probably some major breaks if they haven't already happened. But Elliot's Hill being the most likely place where you will see 4 or 5 skiers break away from the rest of the lead pack.
Yeah, and those non-sprinters like Garrett Butts being one of those in their move lap 3 or lap 4 well before any sprinters have any decisions about it. So if they can push the pace like Garrett Butts did, they're going to do that. If Garrett wants that move to stick, he's going to have to hammer in a double pull across the top of Elliott's. That roller coaster climb is definitely one that's going to benefit a pack of skiers in a slipstream. So to try and maintain that gap down that descent would be a tall order. You have to really trust your skis and really push it in the double pole across the top to make that happen.
The other strategy here, though, if you're not a sprinter, is you can kind of try to take the sprint out of the sprinters by making a move on every time on Elliot's climb. If you are a good distance skier, it takes far less out of you than it does out of some of the people who are sprinters. So that may be playing into the tactics here too.
So here's the top look at the top of Gong Hill, and it is thinning out a little bit at the front, and you can see the pace has quickened. That looks like a Denver skier at the front, Florian Knopp. And there's Garrett Butts we saw still at the front. I see Scott Patterson. There's Johnny Hagenbuck. And it looks like that lead group is kind of split into two at this point.
And you can actually see the speed and quickness, the snap of the difference between that first group of 6 or 7 and the following pack of 6 or 7. So they are the pace is increasing, the heat is being turned up, and it really will be this next 5 kilometers that we go through here that we will see who can hang at that higher level of intensity. And for those who are sprinters, you're just hoping to kind of hang in there. It is a good sprinter finish. It's a long, flat double pole, so if that's your specialty, you will be welcoming those last 100 meters. But the challenge for the sprinters is to stay tough and hang in there. The challenge for the distance skiers is to try to tire those sprinters out and hope they fall out of the lead pack, or you take a little bit of snap out of their legs and arms. And the last of the elite skiers kind of coming over the top there, one of the APU skiers. Again, these skiers that you're skiing coming up over Gong Hill, they are critical skiers in the scoring of the college race today. So all these places do matter. You can see the wax. The snow is getting a little bit more granular. You can see it kind of dusting up as the skiers go. That means the snow is not adhering. To each of the snowflakes are not adhering to each other. The waxing, it's difficult to get kick with the same wax you started with, so they will be calculating that for the women as they go on and maybe be using a slightly different wax, but you can see that the skiers are having to use their arms a little bit more on those big climbs.
Yeah, and there is some abrasion to the snow, and there's plenty of turns in this course, so you're going to have to make sure you're stepping all the turns if you want to have some kick for the second half of this race.
And there's always a balance of how many layers do you put on. The more layers you put on, the longevity of the wax staying on your skis for 20 Ks. But the more layers you put on, that does create more drag on the downhill. So it's always a balance in these distance races of how much and how thick you put apply your kick wax to that kick zone.
Yeah, and since we've gone away from fluoros, the choice of ski, the structure on the ski, and the flex of the ski has become so much more important. It was important before, but now it's almost everything, with some of the waxes being equalized and less options at the top end, high dollar end of waxing. And once we got rid of that, it became about a ski war, which is why you see some of these World Cup athletes like Johannes Klebo, I believe, travels with over 100 pairs of skis. And the U.S. team added a grinder with a second wax truck to their arsenal so they can get to a Central European snowpack and change up some of the skis, test grinds. It's all about ski flex. And then, as you said, if you have the right flex and you put just the right amount of kick layers on there so that the glide is still good, but you have the grip and it lasts for 20 kilometers, then you're in good shape.
And the course like this today does call for a fairly stiffer camber selection of ski choice. You've got some real steep uphills, but you've got a lot of gradual downhill, that you want that wax off the snow completely. So they are having to kick their skis a little bit harder and probably have a camber that is a little bit stiffer than normal for these conditions, the temperature today. And we are waiting for them to come back through the tunnel into the stadium at about 14 Ks into the race, and we will then, they will come back in. Here we see them coming in briefly, the leaders coming through the tunnel.
We can see them out the timing window, and the pack has splintered further. So I see 3 skiers out in front now, and they got 2 chasers about 15 meters back of them. There's your group of 3, so that's Bib 4 is Andreas Kirkening, and Bib 6, Florian Knopp. Hanging on tight there with them is Luke Jager in the blue suit. And look at the push there from John Steele Hagenbuck. He wants to get back on that lead group. Big Green going hard to catch the lead. There he goes. And right behind him, that's Garrett Butts, Bib 17.
So those are your leaders. Those are probably all still in contention for the win there, but As you saw, Garrett Butts, who made the move on the Gong Hill last time, is trying to play catch up to get back into that pack to be ready for Gong Hill, the fourth and final time of this race, which is the next time we'll see the lead pack.
And we saw Bib 18 Christopher Kalev from Team Berkey leading that chase group. He was actually the first one to click through at lap 2, so that gives you an indication of how much that group has splintered. I had to also caught Bib 54 way up in there, and that was UAA skier Peter Hines, local Anchorage kid. That is a heck of a race for him. He is skiing way above his ranking and bib number right now to be in that second chase group.
At the same time, he knows this course as well as anybody. He trains on it. He races on it every day. So you got to give some of the local skiers a real nod with the home trail advantage. They are heading out through their third lap split here. We have Andreas Kirkling coming through the third lap in first place, right ahead of Florian Knopf, two teammates from University of Denver, with Luke Jaeger in third. Johnny Hagenbuch in fourth, and Garrett Butts hanging in fifth.
So now it's the final lap. Less than 5 kilometers to go to decide today's national champion in the 20K kilometer classic race. Kincaid Park here on the western edge of Anchorage, Alaska. We got the Chugach Mountains rising above the ocean right next to us, and the sun is starting to peek through some overcast skies. The fans are starting to come out more in force, and the wind is abating a little bit. It's still coming out of the north, but things are looking real nice here at Kincaid, and the racing action is certainly underway. And in a ferocious pace, we are excited to bring you all this. Thanks to 49th Media, our crew out there braving the cold and working with the equipment in this wind. And I'm glad to be here with Nina Kempel, 4-time Olympian, to get your insights on what it's like racing in Anchorage and what it's like going for a national title.
And this is going to be an interesting finish. We've got 5 athletes, 2 from University of Denver, 1 from Dartmouth, and Garrett Butts skiing for APU, and Luke Jaeger skiing for APU, all in that front pack. So we have a real race on our hands. There's about 5 other racers that are hanging quite close, about 6 seconds behind, but it will be tough to catch that lead pack. They did look extremely strong and on fire, but anything can happen in this last 5K. This is where the rubber meets the road in many ways, and where people will make a move. It needs to be decisive on this course to last. As Andrew said, it's easy to strike from the pack. So if it Knopf in third place, Garrett got Patterson hanging in there in the top 10. But those are chasing as the pace gets heightened, going up Elliott's Climb for the last time. And you can see some of these skiers here, they're in the sort of third chase pack. Wax and grip is starting to become an issue for some of these athletes, but they're all hanging tough. They know that they're racing for a spot on an international team, but they're also...
So looking back at some of the lap times, there's 5 APUs. It's about 10-second gap of 7 or 8 fighting for the top 10.
Yeah, it's going up the hill and certainly the most in control. Johnny was pushing hard to stay in that pack. We will see them coming up Gong Hill next. That will be about 2.5 kilometers to the finish line, so they will be in full-on focus mode to get through those last 2.5 Ks in position to what looks likely at this point come down to a sprint. We certainly imagine that Andreas and Luke and probably Florian Knopf will be part of that sprint pack. Johnny Hagenbuch, not anybody to be counted out, sprint or the last 2.5 kilometers. Pushing the pace. So it should be a very exciting finish here in the men's 20-kilometer national championship. We are seeing more spectators and out, but you're also seeing the women out warming up, which the women's 20-kilometer will follow this race directly after. So more action coming from you. But right now you're seeing some of the skiers in the 20s and 30s, 40th place coming up Elliott's Climb, and also just showing what a difficult climb that is, probably the most difficult part on the course today. The leaders obviously happy to be through that for the 4th and final time, and now they are on to the last 3 kilometers of the course, and we should see them coming up up Gong Hill here any second. And
Yeah, and that Kirkhang Jaeger rivalry, I think, is starting to go back a few years now. I know that Luke was pretty frustrated to lose to him yesterday. He had a post on his Strava with a mock email to President Joe Biden asking him to rescind his student visa because this is getting ridiculous. So I think that Luke he's a funny guy. He was making a joke, and he's getting a little frustrated at Kirkhang's ability to beat him right at the line. I think it's going back to when Luke skied for University of Utah and now APU, and then at the U.S. National Championships last year. So it's becoming a trend and certainly a rivalry that Luke would like to get the best of if he can do it today. It would be something to see on his home snow and his home course if he could finally beat Kirkhang, who got him yesterday in the sprint. Luke had the lead coming off the Gong Hill and got sucked up by Andreas in the final few hundred meters and just didn't quite have the gas to stay with Andreas as he beat him by about half a ski length in the sprint.
Well, and I think it's difficult because Luke's trying to peak for multiple events, and Andreas really has one goal in mind, which is to ski fast at NCAAs. But as an athlete who had somebody always pushing myself, they're actually what Andreas is probably actually exactly what Luke needs to make him a better athlete, because every race he learns something. Every time he does not become the champion and Andreas does, there's something to be learned there. So
there's your lead group going up over the Gong Hill. I did see Garrett Butts. We might have missed the front I'm looking for. And now I see that pack of three. So there's a Dartmouth Green and Luke and Kirkhang. So I think it's down to three. I'm going to guess that was John Steele Hagenbuck, Luke Jaeger, and Andreas Kirkhang.
And you can see them coming up over Gong Hill now.
So that's one of the chase groups.
That's the chase group. So it looks like we missed the lead pack. They are now going out onto the last one.
I saw Hugo Hinkfuss, bib 16, University of Colorado, in that group. And coming off the Gong Hill, there was a pack of three on a breakaway. So it may be a three-way sprint to the finish. They're headed out to Leakish with about a K&a-half to go to the finish.
So the next time you will see them is coming down the finish, and we will bring you that angle right into the finish line. The finish is similar to yesterday. There is about a 30-meter climb of some striding capacity before it kind of is a gradual uphill double pole into the finish. So there is a good runway for sprinters that are extremely strong in the double pole. They are, again, just like yesterday, double poling into a very stiff breeze here in the stadium at Kincaid Park at these 2025 National Championships.
Yeah, and the stadium music is quickening. We are building the excitement now to decide who wins this 20K. It's going to be a tight one, and it's going to come down to a few of the final turns, I think, final few pushes, and who has the most energy at the end.
And it's always interesting to be an athlete in the final three, because you know you've got a podium spot secured, but you know you want to win. But it does become a much clearer strategic game with only three of you coming down to the finish line, and you've got to decide if you want to lead up that last hill, you want to be following and hopefully catapulting around to get that momentum going up that last hill. We will get at least a visual image here of them coming out of the tunnel with about just less than 1 kilometer to go, and hopefully we will see our lead pack coming out. But the last time we saw them coming up over Gong Hill, there were 3 athletes in that lead pack: Andreas Kirkling, Luke Jaeger, and
John Steele Hagenbuck.
So 3 of your athletes that you've already seen on the podium many times this week already, likely to be on the podium again.
Yeah, and these athletes are going to know each other pretty well at this point. They are certainly sizing themselves up and taking stock of how they feel. They are no doubt tired and have pushed to the limits for the last 19 kilometers. And who has the most amount of fumes remaining and the best tempo is probably going to be the victor. You can see the spectators now eagerly moving over to the South Tunnel and lining up along the course. The crowd has definitely been building over the last hour. Good fans and a good ski community here in Anchorage coming out to rally these skiers home.
And we would be remiss if we didn't say a really good volunteer community also out here.
Okay, so we got a clear breakaway. Andreas Kirkhang made a huge move out on Leakish and is way out in front. And there you have him on your screen. Looks over his shoulder. He's got at least 50 or so meters.
And that is a huge break. That was decisive, and he knows he's really, but barring any major mistakes, he's got this. You have a strong chaser in Luke Jagger, who's distanced himself from third and fourth, which is Johnny Hagenbuch, and looks to be Florian.
Knopf, yeah.
So we have a four-way race, two University of Denver skiers, and one APU skier and one Dartmouth skier. So very exciting coming down here to the finish, but a surprising but not amazing out of the ordinary from Andreas Kirkling to take a make a significant move there and distance himself from the pack.
And there he is on the final turn into the straightaway. There is going to be your victor today. He is not American, so he will not be the U.S. National Champion, but Andreas Kirkhang of the University of Denver coasting home 20-kilometer classic victor.
And also the victor in yesterday's. And we have a battle for second. We have a battle for the national championship going on here between Johnny and Luke, and they are going to be second and third overall. But it looks like Johnny Hagenbuch will take the national championship in the 20-kilometer with Luke Jagger coming in third, and Florian Knopf taking the fourth spot.
That was a big move by John Steele Hagenbuch. He had the tempo on Luke. I thought Luke was going to be able to hold him off going up under the pedestrian bridge into the final couple hundred meters, but John Steele Hagenbuch with a big burst of energy in that last few. He was able to gather in Luke probably on the downhill that we couldn't see behind the timing building and slingshot his way around. And that's happened to Luke twice now in the final turns, just getting swallowed up by somebody with a little more momentum behind him.
And Scott Patterson there, one of the favorites just coming across, probably just out of the top 10. But we had a slew of finishers there coming in what we would call the chase pack. But the first place winner, Andreas Kirkling, he could have waited for it to come down a sprint. He was a sprint champion yesterday, but made a decisive move and decided that was not going to happen. So we will now watch the rest of the skiers come in. Again, these are important placings for the college race, but also after today's results, we will calculate the World Junior Championship team, which will be the next race that we have coming up, but also many of the important races for U23 championships as well as World Championships placements. So a lot of important racing yet to come, and we have finishers coming through the start line.
Yeah, we have 5 official times now. Of course, Andreas Kirkhang, your winner, in a time of 50 minutes, 47 seconds. John Steele Hagenbuch was 11 seconds behind, with Luke Jagger 1 behind that. So that's your podium. Florian Knopf, University of Denver, in 4th. And Michael Earnhardt was the 5th place skier, coming in a time of 51 minutes, 11 seconds.
And he would be the third American, so he will make the podium for the national championship awards today. Also from APU.
Yeah, and Michael Earnhardt's homegrown talent coming up through APU for quite a while as a young member of their club, and then joining their elite team and sticking around town to stay with Coach Eric Flora.
And there's a lot of athletes there in the top 15 from APU, and they train together. So when they race together, it's sort of more of the same, but always wonderful to see them do well. But Denver, University of Denver, you really got to give them kudos too in the top 4 today, and that is always a strong statement from the University of Denver. But 2 teammates that push each other in training as well.
Yeah, they'll be scoring a lot of college points. So with quick math, and when you have 2 Denver skiers, 2 of your own college in the top 4, three different colleges, they're going to be looking real strong, certainly in the Western circuit, and they will be the ones with targets on the back for the remainder of the RMISA season heading into NCAA championships.
We're still waiting for the official results out of the top four, but to come through. But we are watching the finishers come through. This is probably the finishers from about 30 to 40 coming through the finish line right now. Again, each of these athletes racing for FIS points and college points today. So you're seeing a lot of college suits coming across the finish line. It is still cold out there, so a lot of the athletes after the 20 kilometers in this temperature falling over at the finish line, catching their breath.
So I'll look at Luke Fricker, Northern Michigan, coming across the line. There is bib 44. That is Micah Steinberg, University of Denver. He'll be happy to know his college teammates are winning. Bib 75 is Asa Chalmers of Dartmouth College, U23 skier. Now we got another sprint finish here between a UAA and an APU skier. That looks like bib 40 was Garrett Seaver. Tight one with Derek Richardson, Buster Richardson from APU. They've probably done some intervals together this fall and got to sprint it out into the finish. Bib 33 from the BSF is Anders Weiss. And there is a Michigan Tech skier crossing the line. Looks like bib 48 is Wes Campbell. UVM skier Trish Solberg, bib 39. No, that's Benin Bradabo, of the University of Vermont, crosses the line. Trig Solberg also in there from Michigan Tech.
And Michigan Tech has a fairly large team here, large contingent, which is great to see them making the way all the way from Michigan, but probably don't mind the weather. They're used to skiing in conditions like this.
Up there on the Ishpeming Peninsula, yeah, coached by Tom the Monahan Smith. Got to see him earlier. He's a friend of mine, and he's been doing a great job with that program. They've kind of superseded Northern Michigan in the Central College Strength Powerhouse rankings. I know I probably just pissed a few Wildcats fans off with that, but the reality speaks that Michigan Tech is on the up and up, and Northern Michigan has got to do their thing to stay hanging with the Michigan Tech crowd. So good props to their program. I know they have a huge team, and they're building a large pyramid that's making some fast skiers at the top.
And a lot of their athletes coming out of college, the college program, and going on to compete for other clubs, Team Berkey, APU, and others. So they are doing a good job of participating in the whole development pipeline that we love and appreciate here in the United States. And a Bobcat, number 97, crossing the finish line there, not at all happy with his performance. As you see, and the athletes coming across, you can tell from their bib numbers of where they're ranked or where they were ranked before today's race in the overall distance points. So bib number 97 crossing together with bib 58. You can tell that he did not have his race that he hoped for, but had a better race than some of the skiers he was finishing around.
So there was a bit of an update. I think the timing originally missed Will Koch. So Will Koch actually beat Michael Earnhardt by 0.3 of a second. So he will be the third American podium finisher. Michael Earnhardt bumped to 6th. Garrett Butts in 7th. Great race for him. He was 25 seconds off the lead. APU skier Hunter Wonders in 8th. Scott Patterson was 9th. And rounding out your top 10 from the University of Colorado, Australian skier Hugo Hinkfuss.
And you do have to give Garrett Butts credit. He did go out and make his move early. He's younger in the race, younger than some of the other competitors, and he did make a decisive move. And as an athlete, you always give those type of moves their credit when credit is due. It did not work out for his championship, but top 10 is a good result for him, and it does give a signal to everybody that may have finished before him that he's hungry and coming for him in the next race. So congratulations to him. And also, Will Koch, a good race for him. I think he didn't have the race he was hoping for in the initial 10K, but this is a good race for him. This certainly was his father's favorite distance, the longer races. So great to see him up there as the third American finisher today.
And that was a tight U23 battle between Will Koch and Michael Earnhardt. They're the top U23 skiers, separated by just 0.3 of a second. So a good U23 battle. Walker Hall would be the third U23 American from the University of Utah, and he is just behind University of Colorado, Hugo Hinkfuss. So Walker Hall right outside the top 10. Hugo also a U23 skier, but a good race for Walker Hall from University of Utah.
And Walker Hall's also having a good week. He was fourth on Thursday, and ironically, Walker Hall and Garrett Butts, their mothers competed against each other in similar situations. So fun to see those two gentlemen having the same pleasure that their mothers did quite a few years ago.
Yeah, and I mentioned Ingrid earlier, but I got a text from my wife. It sounds like Ingrid is actually here in Anchorage, so she got to watch her son Garrett have a great race today.
Yeah. And Leslie Thompson, obviously the mother of Walker Hall, or now Leslie Hall, and so she is, I do not believe here, but she's got to be very proud of her son as well.
And unless they're a foreign college skier with no stake in a World Junior spot here, these are all going to be senior and U23 men in this 20K. And the U20 men will be going this afternoon, going half the distance, 10 kilometers. Next up will be the women's 20-kilometer classic, and that gets going at 12:30, I believe.
So it'll be a little bit of break of the action as we have some of these skiers still coming in into the finish line. These are some of the skiers that you were seeing get passed or lapped by the lead pack there, but still a few skiers out on the course that are coming in as we wind down the 20-kilometer men's national championship.
Yeah, I see local skier Brandon Brewster holding up the Masters division with Alaska Winter Stars coming across the line. Before him was Bib 85, Joseph Walling from the College of St. Scholastica.
And it is wonderful to see some master skiers out here. I saw Allison Arians competing earlier this week, who was a former competitor of mine back in the Anchorage High School days, and she's still out here. I think she placed just out of the top 50, which is pretty wonderful for a master skier. But she keeps those young juniors, up and coming juniors, on their toes. So we always appreciate the masters who are out here competing as well. But again, the top 10 in today's U.S. 20-kilometer national championship classic race: Andreas Kiekling from Norway and representing the University of Denver in first. Johnny Hagenbuch in second for Dartmouth College. Luke Jagger in third, skiing for APU. Florian Knopp in fourth for University of Denver and of Germany. Will Koch was number 5, skiing for the University of Colorado. Michael Earnhardt in sixth, skiing for APU. Seventh, Garrett Butts, also skiing for APU. Eighth, Winter Hunter, also skiing for APU. Ninth, Scott Patterson, again APU. And running at the 10th was Hugo Hinkfuss for the University of Colorado. So that is your top 10. Just out of your top 10 is Walker Hall in 11th. But a strong day of racing here for the men's 20-kilometer. A lot of great action, and we know that we will not be disappointed by the women, who are kind of rounding out their final warm-up as we speak. You can see them kind of going back and forth, testing their skis. They've watched the men. They're adjusting both their tactics and their waxing to adjust for what they saw happen in the men's race, probably adding a few additional layers of wax, and knowing that there are a couple places on this course to make a move, Elliot's Climb being one of them, and Andrelike Sloop being the second. So they are in their final preparations, and we will be back with you at 12:30 or a little bit before 12:30 for the start of the women's 20K mass start classic race. There you have your podium winners for the men's 20-kilometer classic mass start race. In number 1, the first place, you have Andreas Kirkling. Number 2, you have Johnny Hagenbuch, and number 3, Luke Jaeger. Those are your top finishers today. The winner will take home $1,200, second place $600, and third place $300. So those are your top 3 finishers for today.
Yeah, Nina, and we are now about 6 minutes away from the women's 20-kilometer classic set to go next. So a lot of action to come. I can see some skis getting placed out in the Chevron start, and I think they may do an U.S. American men's podium here and try and squeeze that in. I saw former or Olympian Sadie Bjornson handing out the awards, so it's common to see so many Olympians in Anchorage, like yourself, Nina, and Keegan, Sadie. There's anytime you go out on the trails, you're bound to see 3 or 4 of them. It's kind of wild how many there are, and that is a testament to the environment of skiing that we have here in Anchorage and in Alaska as a whole, turning out Olympians and elite skiers pretty much every cycle.
Yeah, and there were many that came before me with Bill Spencer, Lynn Spencer, Jim Galanis. There, to name quite a few, there is generation after generation. And what's exciting about having races like today is that we are producing the next generation of Olympians who are watching and saying, I want to be like that. We are now having the award ceremony for the top 3 Americans, the national championship second place, and national championship third. So you have your top 3 there.
So that's Will Koch from the University of Colorado, formerly from Vermont, in third. Luke Jaeger in second. And your top U.S. national champion today, John Steele Hagenbuch from Dartmouth.
And this is John's second national championship of the week. And I believe this is Luke's second runner-up position for this week. So a good week for all 3 of them, but congratulations to all 3 of them today. They stand atop the podium for this third race of the National Championship Series, cross-country series, brought to you by Toyota and ConocoPhillips of Alaska. And we are now getting very close to the start of the women's race. We're about a minute and a half away. You see the women just trying to stay loose and warm at the starting line there. All their skis are placed in the starting line. And before that, we're going to go live to Keegan, I think. Keegan down on the live with, looks like she's heading with Johnny Hagenbuch, who was our national champion for today. Keegan, to you. Keegan, we're handing it over to you for an interview with Johnny.
With the men's national champion, John Steele Hagenbuch from Sun Valley. How was it out on the course today?
It was awesome. It was.
Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Keegan, and thank you, Johnny, for your words. Congratulations again on today's national championship. We are a little less than 2 minutes away from the start of the women's 20-kilometer national championship mass start event.
And to cover some of the favorites that we'll be tracking today, Bib 101, Sydney Palmer Ledger from Stratton Mountain ST2 team out of Vermont. Haley Brewster from the University of Vermont is ranked 102, right behind her. Samantha Smith, who was the U.S. national champion as a U20 yesterday, racing in the seniors today from Sun Valley, Idaho, and the Stanford soccer program. Samantha Smith is really making another statement here in the ski community as a top sprinter looking to do some damage and distance today. And Bib 104, we have Tilda Bongman of University of Colorado. Kendall Kramer out of Fairbanks, and the UAF ski team is Bib 105. From Craftsberry Green Racing Project in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont, Margie Freed. Hannah Abrahamson from University of Colorado. Kate Oldham from Montana State, who was the winner in the 10K on Thursday, and Ava Thurston from Dartmouth is Bib 109, rounding out the top 10 from Australia, and the Australian national ski team is a U23 skier, and also part of the Fairbanks ski team is Rosie Fordham.
That's right, Andrew, and a few fewer women today, but still about 80 women going out today, 82 women going out in the field today. And I think you will see a similar race in the women's race. As you saw in the men, it will be a fairly big pack early on, spreading out over the course of the first 2 laps, and then you'll see some pretty decisive packs start to develop on the 3rd and 4th lap. And they are on their marks, and they're off. The women starting the 20-kilometer mass start classical race. They will also do 4 laps of a 5-kilometer course, so they are headed out to tackle Elliott's Climb the next time we see them, which is the first big climb on the course. They will tackle that 4 times, but you see them streaming out of the start there. 82 skiers in the field registered, and they are out and on their way.
Yeah, and just like the men's race, it's equal distance, so it'll be 4 laps of a 5-kilometer course. If you were tuning in earlier, you're already well familiar with some of the shots we can bring you. It's a tough 5K. It's FIS homologated, so there's FIS scoring with this, as well as a national title on the line and a trip to the U23 championships. And if you're really fast and really make a statement here, you might even make it to the starting line of the Trondheim World Championships coming up at the beginning of March.
And generally speaking, 1 or 2 athletes from these championships will probably have an opportunity to partake in the World Championships, depending on all of our athletes over in Europe. They are skiing well right now, which we are always happy about. They're competing in the Tour de Ski. I believe it was the last day today of the Tour de Ski, but that is a grueling event over in Europe, part of the World Cup Tour, and we have a group of our elite athletes competing over there as well. But you have many athletes that chose to come here to the U.S. National Championships. That's their best way to both improve their FIS points and move up in the rankings, and also secure a spot in any one of the championships we've mentioned, World Championships in Trondheim, Norway, U23 Championships, World Junior Championships, and then also the opportunities for many of the younger skiers today to compete in the Junior National Championship. So lots of slots on the line, and this being the distance day, we are seeing the men and women race 20 kilometers. After the women are completed, we will run 2 junior races, U20, so all those athletes under the age of 20 will compete in the 10 kilometers, a little shorter distance for them, but still a distance race all the same. And they will be competing for those junior teams and junior championship positions that we talked about.
Yeah, and there's a few athletes on today's start line that were in period 1 of World Cup racing. Sydney Palmer-Ledger was over there. She may have had some illness. She wasn't in every start, but I saw her on the starting list. She had a few DNSs, but she was over in Ruka and Lillehammer for some of those early World Cup races. Also over there was Erin Bianco. She will be one to watch today. She's down at bib 118, but as we mentioned yesterday, she's a great classic skier. I expect her to be in the top 10, or at least gunning for a podium. Another skier that was on period World Cup 1 skiing for Australia was Rosie Fordham. And here's now a look at the about halfway up Elliott's. We're zoomed way down the hill. They still have a big climb to go, but it looks like that is our lead group, and it looks like Kendall Kramer out on front, mashing the double pole and into the stride.
And Kendall Kramer out of Fairbanks originally, but also skiing for University of Fairbanks. A really strong distance skier. I would not be surprised at seeing her in the front all day today.
And that is Erica Lavin, bib 115 from the University of Utah. She was sprint champion yesterday.
And Tilda Bromman from Sweden for skiing for University of Colorado, running out the top 3, but you can see they're all closely packed in there. Again, they're just kind of trying to sort of sort their way into the lines and find a track that they can kind of start to stretch back out, get back into their stride, conserve some energy. No one, I think, has any intention of trying to break the pack away this early. However, in the women's race, you do see the athletes tending to kind of press the pace more constantly through the race, rather than kind of the faster bursts that you see in the men's race. That's not to say there's not breakaways and not major pushes and moves, but the women tend to ski a more solid race pace-wise if you look at the splits each
Yeah,
lap.
I would agree with that. I think the men screw around a little bit more, trying to play tactics and cat and mouse and push and go, and then the women are just like, let's just get this over with. Let's hammer to the finish. Who's going with me? Let's go, and they just go. It's all go. So there's a look at the top of Gong Hill. That'll be the next time we see our lead group. Went back to Elliott's there, but there's Gong Hill, and that is one of the toughest climbs on today's course. It was featured in yesterday's sprint, and it is a big part of today's course. It's about 3 kilometers into the loop, and will be the next point we see them.
You can see on the top of Gong Hill there, that is Keegan Randall's father. Out cheering on all the athletes. Keegan Randall's father and mother both great fans of U.S. skiing, but they are out in force today. So we're catching a few of the fans. You can see some fans out there with their collegiate flags. As we said in the men's race, also in the women's is a college race today, so you've got the college colors both out there in full grandeur in the suits that the athletes are wearing, but you've got teammates alongside flying the flags of each of the teams. And again, this is a big college race. Colleges from all over the country coming to compete. So you'll see a little over half the field of today's starters is college athletes. Not all of them only competing for college points today. Some also competing for some of the teams we mentioned earlier. But certainly one of the biggest college races of the year. Second only to the NCAA championships.
Yeah, there's really only 2 times that all the colleges or most of the top colleges are in one spot, and it's U.S. Nationals and then it's the NCAA. So this is kind of a preview and a test the water, see where you're standing. The college teams will retract to their various regions in the next few months and look to qualify a full team to the NCAAs.
And the camera feed there is prominently showing University of Denver, appropriately so.
Yes.
As Andrew Kiekling won the men's race from University of Denver, and his teammate was fourth. So Florian Knopf. So Denver having a good day and clearly having some big fans out there on the course.
Yeah, and I think we saw a preview of what the NCAA championships will look like with Kirkang, Hagenbuch, and Knopf up there. That will be the stage is set for the NCAAs coming up in March, which I believe you said is in Hanover, New Hampshire.
That's correct. Dartmouth is hosting the NCAA championships for the first time in quite some time, and it will be hosted at Oak Hill, where they do have snowmaking now and some new trails built by John Morton. Also a former Olympian who spent some time here in Alaska, and former biathlon Olympian. But they will be hosting, and I think you saw on the first lap here a lot of the top women NCAA skiers in the front pack here on the women's side too. So I think you're going to see a preview of what we will see at the NCAAs on the women's collegiate side as well.
I think that's a coach that you're seeing on your screen. Rallying through. Yeah, that's not.
And there are coaches out there that are still testing skis. Reminder that the juniors are slated to go later this afternoon, so the waxing is changing slightly. The humidity looks like it's changing outside. As you were saying, Andrew, the weather is in a change pattern. We've been in a high-pressure system here in Anchorage, Alaska at Kincaid Park for about the last 3 weeks, and so we are really starting to see the clouds roll in, the humidity creep up, and they are calling for some precipitation tonight and into tomorrow, which will make the snow a little bit more complex. It's been pretty straightforward waxing here all this week at Kincaid Park on both the classic and skate side, but obviously more important on the classic side.
Yeah, stay tuned till Tuesday because this Chinook's coming in. The weather's going to change, and it's going to be wild, I think, for that final skate sprint to round out the Super Tour and U.S. Nationals up here in Alaska. So there's our lead group now ascending the Gong Hill. We'll do our best to read some of these bib numbers and to get you the action. That looks like Erica Lavin on front in the herringbone, pulling along with her Kendall Kramer from Fairbanks.
And they are skiing quite fast for 4 kilometers into a 20K race. You can see that they're not messing around with the tempo, and they have a decisive front pack coming off with about 10 athletes and a very decisive second pack with about another 20. So you can see that they have made a little break, as we were saying. A lot of the women skiers just want to go out and ski strong the whole way through. And it does tend to separate packs sooner in the race, which allows you to actually relax and ski the classic technique in a little bit more normal fashion, as you're not battling for tracks and having to jump in and jump out, switch lanes. It does allow for sort of a little bit more straightforward ski race, and welcomed by many for that kind of race. You could see the third pack here coming over the top. A lot of college skiers in that pack. You see all the different colors from the different teams from the racing suits. A couple Dartmouth skiers going by there.
And I was able to look out the timing building window, see him coming over the gong hill, and as they spread out, it looked like Erica Lavin had about 10 meters over the chase group of 3. And I know Kendall Kramer was in that group, and then there was a little bit of a gap back to 4th and 5th. So there's some action starting to happen at the front, and the pace is being pushed by Erica Lavin, and it looked like Kendall Kramer as well. So they are driving the train at this moment and making the pace hard for the rest of the women in this field.
And again, Erica Lavin, your champion yesterday in the sprint, and in the top 3 in the last distance race. So one to watch. Erica is from Norway, so she won't count toward the national championship, but also looking to put her college team on at the front of the pack today. So she is skiing a strong, hard race right off the top from the front.
Now they're on their way to the Leakish loop, which is about 1.5. We have a full slate of loops at on the Leakish side. It's on the southern end of Kincaid Park, named after Andrew Leakish, and it's a great set of trails, really good for training, lots of good hills out there. They're going to just take the first cutoff today, though, and make it about a 1.5K loop out on that end. Then they're going to come at us through the south tunnel back into the stadium. They're going to skirt the edge of the stadium on the south end, go under a pedestrian bridge, and then loop behind the timing building that Nina and I are calling the race from, and then we'll get some times from the lap as they head out for lap 2. So right now we're looking for them in the next moves to be coming out of that south tunnel and exiting the Leakish trails.
And you know, they're only skiing 1.5K of the Leakish Loop, which is actually the easiest portion of the Leakish Loop. But as was demonstrated in the men's race, decisive moves can be made even on the 1.5K, which does have some significant hills. But it does ski well and a little bit different than the rest of the course. The rest of the course is kind of traditional Kincaid, very twisty, turny. The Kincaid, the Leakish Loop tends to be a little bit of a more subtle, classic style ski trail. So real good classic skiers can make a difference and a break out on that 1.5K, as Andreas Keating demonstrated.
Yeah, he made a big move in his last lap there. It was about a 3-horse race at that point, and then and that's what we saw when they left Gong Hill and headed to Leakish. But on their return to the stadium, Andreas had a solid 100 meters on everybody else. So he certainly had something left in the tank and used it right at the right moment. No one could match it, and he came away with the win without any real challenge in the last half a kilometer.
Yeah, and it's a pretty bold move for anybody to make a decisive move this early in the race, but it does look like we have at least a lead pack that is forming on the women's side, and so we look forward to seeing how that progresses. Kendall Kramer was up there on the top, one of the favorites today. A very good, strong distance skier from Fairbanks, Alaska.
So that's the look of that south tunnel I was speaking about. We got a new camera angle, and here comes our race leader. So I'm seeing 3 skiers now exiting that south tunnel and entering the edge of the stadium.
And
I don't see anyone behind them, so it's a group of 3 out on their own. That's Kendall Kramer in the front. Looks like Erica Lavin still with them. And that is Sydney Palmer Ledger, bib 101, so your top-ranked skier in the top 3 at this point.
So Cindy Palmer Ledger is the top-ranked distance skier coming into today. Has a long history of dominating in these distance races. So we look for her to hang in there, push the pace. She's hanging very smartly in 3rd right now, and but they're all probably taking turns at this point, pulling. They do want to make a distance. They do want to distance themselves from that pack a little bit, and you can see on your screen some of the athletes going out of the stadium up onto the little hill before they'll come through the first 5K lap checkpoint.
I'd say it was about 100 meters of a lead on that group of 3. And then there was one skier kind of on their own. Now I'm seeing that group of 3 hit the lap. They are on their way to lap 2. So Erica Lavin, Sydney Palmer Ledger, and Kendall Kramer, your current race leaders, heading out on the second lap and exiting the stadium towards Elliott's. I'm watching that lap now. I see one lone skier. So it's about 15 seconds that group of 3 has made a breakaway. And then the chase group consists of about 5 skiers. I can see Samantha Smith in that group.
Laura Hjortberg, Kate Oldham, Erin Bianco, Samantha Smith, Ava Odine, Duchafor, Annie McLaughlin, all in the chase pack. But the first 3, Kendall Kramer, Erica Lavin, and Cindy Palmer Ledger, about 20 seconds in front of that chase pack. That's a pretty significant amount after one lap. So they are pushing the pace hard, hoping to drop people off. You can see, as we predicted in the women's race, this is going to spread out a lot quicker than the men. And those 3 women in the front, they're going to work together probably for the next couple of laps to take turns pushing the pace so that second group is not able to get back in contact, which will make for a pretty exciting sprint race. All of the top 3, Kendall Kramer, Erica Lavin, and Cindy Palmer Ledger, are very good distance skiers, so strong in the distance events. All 3 have had good weeks. Kendall Kramer and Erica being on the podium in both races recently, and Cindy Palmer Ledger, this is her event, so we're looking to see what she can do today. But also had a very strong day yesterday. So.
Yeah, and Sydney Palmer Ledger was able to pre-qualify for that U23 trip, and I don't think may count against. I think they take 5 women on that trip. If you got a top 30 at a World Cup, which she was able to do in the Davos 20K, then you're pre-qualified. So she punched her ticket early and can kind of sit back and relax, with at least relieve the stress of trying to qualify for that team and just go for a national title here today.
And Kendall Kramer obviously also going for a slot on the U23, but also probably the World Championships, hoping for a World Championship slot. Also hoping to qualify to ski in some World Cups. But she is also representing the University of Fairbanks today in the collegiate side of this race. And again, hailing from Fairbanks, but also skiing for the University of Fairbanks. Erica from Sweden is representing the University of Utah. So we are seeing Utah having a strong start to the day here on the college side as well.
Yeah, and that shot you had just before there. Okay, now we're back to the Gong Hill, and it's down to 2. So there's Kendall Kramer pushing the pace, and they've spit one more off the back. And that looks like...
It looks like Kendall Kramer and Erica on the front pace. You can see them really pushing, and Kendall getting out of the track, so probably doesn't have quite as good of skis as
Erica
does,
yeah.
And so that will actually play into it. Even though Kendall looks strong right now, you do want to have as good a grip as you can. This is only 7 kilometers into the race. You see the chase pack quite a bit off the back there. It will be tough to pick up those 2 as long as they continue to work together. But what they don't want to do is try to tire each other out and let that chase pack catch back up. So it will come down to whether they're the top 2 there will work together. And you can see, though, how demanding Elliott's climb is as the women ascend this hill. You can see it's about, it's not quite a half kilometer long, but close to it with varying grades of uphill.
And I could see a couple of the bib numbers at the front of that chase pack. So as predicted, Erin Bianco is up there, classic skiing well. I also saw Lauren Jortberg racing with a Canadian team, and also a U.S. citizen, but racing with Canada. She was up at the front of that chase group as well.
And Kate Oldham also in that chase pack. And again, you're seeing the women's skiers coming up. The women's skiers ranked about 30th to 40th to 50th, coming up the hill here in their classic technique, the 20-kilometer classic, 4 laps of a 5-kilometer loop. This check station that you're viewing right here, about 7 kilometers into the race, and you're looking now at a skier who is down, maybe.
Just past the lap, it looks like I see, I think it's a University of Wisconsin Green Bay skier, and I could see Dartmouth coach Cami Thompson-Graves helping out with.
A couple of skiers taking feeds as they come around the bend there, 20 kilometers. Athletes may choose to take some liquid, usually sports drink that's warm and easily ingested into the body while you're competing at that high level. But not all athletes will take that in the 20K. And still some strong skiing as people continue up Elliott's Hill here.
It's a real long grinding climb, I would call Elliott's, with some punchy, steeper parts. And if you don't have the perfect kick, you will be herringboning sections of it and needing to keep the tempo up. Then you get to the top, and it's a long, flat straightaway, and you got to ask the arms to kick in and do their part because it's a double pole stretch before you descend onto roller coaster. Next time we'll see our leader group.
Women. So she's
out of the lead too, so she's skiing all behind her. So she's got a tough order. She may have some decisions. She may have some decisions to make. Either try to get back on that lead group or conserve some energy and then work with the pack that's coming up behind her.
Yeah, and I think she'll probably judge how well she glides down the dark alley, and if she's able to make any time up on those two. It is always easier to glide down after with two people than it is with one. No one wants to be left in that no man's land that Cindy Palmer-Ledger is in, but at the same time, she is a real strong classic skier, and she still does have 20 seconds, if not more, on that chase pack. So. Yeah, she does have some decisions, but she probably will wait until Gong Hill, which we will see them all next, to be making those decisions.
Yeah, that's a great point, Nina. As always, got to be in the moment and make the decisions based on how your skis are working, how the body is feeling, and who's skiing around you.
And there we're seeing them come up Gong Hill, still the same two leaders, Kendall Kramer, Erica Lavin. Kendall's still looking than Erica's, but both of them looking strong as I come up at about 7.5 kilometers into the race.
Yeah,
here.
matching stride for stride and kick for kick. You could see Alishka Hakova, Fairbanks coach. And there's a look at the top of the Gong Hill. That's a good shot from a distance, but that shows our lead group skiing together, working together, and this must be third place, Sydney Palmer-Ledger. Holding her own.
Holding her own, but still losing a little bit of time from the last checkpoint.
And now we can start to see the chase group eating up the time and space between them.
So Sydney at this point really wants to just ski as relaxed as possible, and if she does get caught by that group, to tuck in behind, rest, reserve, and get ready for the last lap of exciting skiing. But this group, the chase group, looking strong. You know, they've taken turns working together to chase down Sydney Palmer if they can, and hopefully catch that lead pack. It will be tough for them to catch that lead pack because they're moving pretty quickly, but it did not look like either of the lead pack wanted to relinquish the lead. So if they keep kind of fighting against each other instead of working together, there is a chance that this second pack could catch back up to those two as they wear and tire each other out. But at this point, they are clearly well in front of the chase pack.
That was quite a big chase pack. There was a fierce number, a robust number of women in that group, and so it'll be interesting to watch how that plays out, and if that splits apart or if that swirling mass maintains its momentum and can catch Sydney Palmer-Ledger and maybe even start to see the front two.
And what's fun about a race day like this is the 20K. Generally, all the skiers have skied for college and or club, and so you've got multiple coaches who know you well out on the course that are cheering for you, oftentimes giving you feeds if you need it, there for you with poles. So it does bring the ski community together because everybody touches each other. Even though you may be wearing, for example, a Dartmouth suit, you may be racing for the U.S. ski team, as I did at times, but you may also have a different club that you also represent. So fun to be here at the National Championships where the whole United States ski community gets a chance once a year to come together. An event like this, we do crown only one national champion today, and we are waiting to see who that will be on the women's side. On the men's side today, Johnny Hagenbuch was our national champion. Dartmouth College and second overall in the men's race.
So our women are on lap 2, and our leaders are on the leakish part of the trail. So the next time we will see them is coming out of the south tunnel and skirting the edge of the stadium. We will then get some time checks as they head out for the second half of the race. There is a time check at the lap, and that will give us some information on what the gaps are looking like for the second half of this race.
And there's really two races going on. The race for first, which has Kendall Kramer, local Fairbanks skier, and Erica Lavin kind of vying out for first place, and both of them looking strong. Probably still 20 seconds above the chase pack. Sydney Palmer kind of caught in the middle of the lead pack and the chase pack, but also strongly in third place. And then you have the chase pack, which is really the race for second, third, and fourth, or for third, fourth, and fifth. So we will see how that plays out, but they are out on the leakish loop as we speak. They will come back in through the tunnel, which we will hopefully capture them coming through the tunnel into the stadium, albeit briefly, before they go out on their third lap for the 20-kilometer women's mass start event. And I've always enjoyed mass starts both as a spectator and as an athlete. It is a little bit more work for the coaches because everybody needs their skis waxed at exactly the same time. It's not spread out, and you have all your athletes on the course coming through at one time, so you're trying to give them splits, give them information, make sure they've got the poles they need. If they have any technical mishaps with equipment, you need to be prepared for that. But as an athlete, it was always a fun race, and there's even a little fun banter going back and forth between the athletes out there.
So now we got our two leaders coming through the south tunnel and finishing up their second lap. There you see them there. They are still together. Erica Lavin stands up out of the double pole and is pulling along Kendall Kramer with her.
Both look strong. Both look like they are not interested in being caught by that chase pack. And it does look like they're working together a little bit more now. Erica pulling in first. And as you come to the stadium, there is a little breeze, so you do want to take turns at that lead position, and it looks like they have put more distance on Sydney Palmer Ledger, who may at this point have even been caught by the pack, but they have a significant lead here. We will have a formal time for you at the split checkpoint, but I imagine this is Sydney Palmer Ledger coming through the tunnel into the stadium, still strongly in third, but definitely lost some time to the lead there. Again, she is a strong classic skier. It's tough to ski all on your own with about 20 meters in front of the chase pack. It's a little just mentally hard on you, knowing that you've got a group of 10 or 15 athletes trying to chase you down. But if anybody can persevere through that, it's an athlete with the experience of Cindy Palmer Ledger. So.
And I'm counting about 11 women in that chase group, and it looks like it is being spearheaded by Erin Bianco. I know some of the other names that are probably in that group: Lauren Jortberg, Kate Oldham, Samantha Smith, Ave Ondine Duchefour, Annie McColgan, Selma Nevin, and Emma Strack. We will get some updated times as they hit the lap, but there is a chase group of about 11, and they do have Sydney Palmer Ledger in their sights.
And we do have Erica Lavin and Kendall Kramer going through lap 2, so that's a 10K in second lap in 14 minutes, 16 seconds, less than 1 second apart between those two. We will give you a split from time ahead of Sydney Palmer Ledger, but those two having passed the 10K mark and back out on the course, so they are looking to next face the Elliott's Climb. Here comes the chase pack now on your screen as they come up and rounding the corner onto their third lap, formally going out at 10 kilometers. So Sydney Palmer Ledger still holding tight in third at about 50 seconds back, so the two in the front have put a little bit of time on Sydney Palmer Ledger. She still has actually about 45 seconds on Kate Oldham, who's leading that chase pack behind her. So Sydney Palmer Ledger doing a great job at holding steady in that third position all by herself, but Kate Oldham, pulling our champion from the first distance event, pulling that second pack strongly along as they round the 10K mark.
Yeah, and so those, if you're looking at the live timing, it's actually the actual lap time. So we can see that Kate Oldham skied a faster second lap than Sydney Palmer Ledger by about 15 seconds. So that's an indication right there that this chase group is catching Sydney Palmer Ledger. I'd give the distance between the chase pack and Sydney at about 30 meters estimate, eyeballing out the window here. But looking at the lap times, they are slowly gaining on Sydney Palmer Ledger.
That's pretty normal. I have a group of 11 that kind of has some energy and mass around it. They take turns not only leading, but they take turns blocking the wind, whereas Cindy Palmer Ledger is having to do that all by herself. Erica and Kendall off the front look like they are taking turns now and realize that they're going to go 1-2 unless something goes massively wrong. So they're going to work together to make sure that is upheld and they continue to strengthen their lead. You're seeing now just some athletes coming around the 10K loop. This is athletes back kind of in the mid-pack.
That's a UAA skier, Alexandra Otto, right there.
And they are just about crossing the 10K point right here before they head out to, and we are now, they're going to head out to Elliott's Climb, and that will be the next shot you see is the leaders coming up Elliott's Climb. And here they come. They are looking...
Tempo's still high.
They're looking real strong. Again, Kendall out of the tracks, having to do a little bit more work, and you can see Erica just be able to stay in the tracks and edging her a little bit. If I was Kendall, I would hop back in and try to conserve some energy behind Erica.
Sometimes you get just a little better kick out of the track, so she's probably trying to work that as to her best of advantage as she can, and I hope that maybe you have a little bit extra glide, though I didn't see any indication of that as they came out of the stadium. It looked like the skis and the glide department were pretty equal. And that shows you that there's the chase group, and it looked like we saw Sydney Palmer Ledger swallowed up. Yeah, she's still at the front of that group, but that group of 11 or so women have caught her at this point. So the race for third is wide open.
And you really almost, if you're Sydney Palmer, have to be relieved a little bit. That now you can kind of sit back in that pack, spend the next 10 kilometers kind of skiing a comfortable race and get ready for the finish. She is a good sprinter. She's performed well yesterday, even though probably distance is a little bit her stronger suit. But she knows if she can kind of relax and get back into this pack that she can control it and put it and have them kind of ski her pace. So a good position for her to be in actually at this point.
And some of the other names in that chase group, again, Kate Oldham, Shea Brand, Samantha Smith, Renee Anderson, Erin Bianco, Lauren Jortberg, Selma Nevin, Eve Ondine Duchafour. It looks like Emma Strax probably in that group. Annie McColgan from UVM. Emma Albrecht from the BSF Pro Team likely in that group. Perhaps Emma Crum, maybe Celine Meyer. We're starting to get a little bit back, a little over 15 minutes for that last lap for Celine Meyer. Anna Stewart looking good so far. Both lap times under 15 minutes. Anna Stewart skis for the University of Denver and is probably related to Catherine Stewart of Canada. They're both from Canada there.
And we will next see the skiers, the leaders coming up over Gong Hill, probably here in just a few minutes. But right now you are seeing some of the mid and pack, second part of the pack, coming through the 10K lap. That's what you're viewing on the live stream. But we will likely go to our camera on top of Gong Hill to see our leaders. Again, your leaders, Erica Levin and and Kendall Kramer being those two with the lead at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors for today. Presenting sponsor Toyota. You'll see their logo behind the podium ceremony. Also, a big shout out to ConocoPhillips of Alaska as the local presenting sponsor. Additional local support from Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, Coca-Cola, Life Med Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, and Piston Bully USA. Our footage and camera coverage is brought to you by 49th Productions, and a shout out to the crews for dealing with the winds, the elements, and the geographic distance between the stadium and the outer reaches of the course to bring you these images today.
And Conoco, not only a sponsor today, but a longtime sponsor of all ski and biathlon events here at Kincaid for many, many years. Also sponsored myself as an athlete and Keegan as an athlete, so have done a lot for the sport of cross-country skiing here in Alaska, but delighted that they are one of the sponsors for this national championships, which so many of us are enjoying, both the live coverage, but many spectators here in person. And it looks like we have one of our cameras down on the top of Gong Hill, so we will try to give you the live below, but we do expect that that lead two-person pack is not changed, that it's going to still be Kendall Kramer and Erica Lavin. Kendall Kramer skiing for University of Fairbanks, hoping to get a spot on the World Cup / World Championship U23 games, and Erica Lavin from Norway competing today for her college, University of Utah.
Yeah, so we're well into the halfway point of our race, our 20-kilometer, and they are probably at about 13K, our leaders at this point. And as Nina indicated, I think we do have one camera down, so we're able to see glimpses of them from our position here in the timing building. Looking to the east towards the Chugach Mountains, we can see Gong Hill out our window, and they skirt the edge of the parking lot, and then they head out onto the Leakish. So it's a great course. It's a hard course. It's not the best spectator course. If you're really on it, you can see your athlete at the top of the Gong Hill and then sprint all the way across the stadium and catch them coming out of that tunnel, which we've been able to bring some shots of. So that's kind of where we're at, and it's a two-woman race at the front between Kendall Kramer and Erica Lavin.
And I would be remiss when I did say Erica Lavin was from Norway. In fact, she is hailing from Sweden. There is a big difference, especially if you're Norwegian or Swede. But I would just like to say that having so many of the foreigners, I think Erica Lavin used to be on the Swedish national team before she retired and came over to compete in the U.S. And it is great to have all of them here as part of the college program, up-leveling U.S. skiing and pushing athletes like Kendall Kramer on days like this. And we are seeing Kendall Kramer and Erica Lavin come across the top of Gong Hill. Our camera is down right now, but we will catch them coming out of the tunnel, hopefully. But they are still decisively in the lead as 1 and 2. Kendall looked like she had just about half a meter on Erica Lavin, but the two of them still tight, skiing side by side, or one of them leading while the other one rests, and vice versa. They still have a significant amount of time. We haven't seen anybody come around the top of Gong Hill yet in that chase pack.
And Kendall Kramer's in the midst of her senior campaign for the University of Alaska Fairbanks Nanook. She had a great running season. She also runs Division II, and I believe got second at those NCAA championships for Division II. I was able to watch her race at one of the earliest FIS races in the world back in, I want to say it was early November, and they held it out at Government Peak, which is north of town, a great venue that the Strabel family has helped build near Palmer and Hatcher's Pass, if you've been to Alaska. And Rosie Brennan was in that race. She did win, but she was just only about 10 seconds ahead of Kendall Kramer. So I see the chase group now passing, and I had hit my stopwatch on my phone. They're about a minute 10 behind the two. And I might have even seen Sydney Palmer Ledger spit out the back. It looked like her suit. So she may have paid the price big time for trying to chase Erica Lavin and Kendall Kramer and when they went off the front. That is certainly unofficial and relying on my 40-year-old eyes to see across the stadium. So I would take that with what you may as a grain of salt. But there is at least a minute 10 between the top two and the chase group, and it looked like that chase group still holding strong at 11 or 12 skiers.
And I think it's too early to call who will end up in the chase group and not. Cindy Palmer may be able to get back in there. But it is probably not too late to say that with a minute and 10-second lead, the two athletes in the front, Kendall Kramer and Erica Lavin, working together, will probably remain in the front. They looked very strong. It would be very hard to make up a minute and 10 seconds in the last 6 kilometers of this course. Stranger things have happened, but I would say the likelihood that those will be your first and second place finishers. We will catch them coming out of the tunnel. Again, we apologize for the camera there on the top of Gong Hill being down, but we are dealing with a lot of technical and weather-related issues for the cameras out there.
Yeah, one of the wild cards that we have out here at Kincaid Park are moose. So if there was a way to negate a 1 minute 10-second lead, it would be to wait for an angry moose that happens to wander out on the trail. We have several hundred of them that roam about the streets of Anchorage. Kincaid Park is one of their favorite habitats, and they like to eat the buds and go wherever they want. And the ski trail is a great place because you can walk right along it, and you're often dodging hooved pockmarks as you ski along these trails. Luckily for the moose this year, there's low snow, so they have more ways and places to go off the trails, which helps our race course. There was some close calls in the opening 10K, including one of the top 5 skiers, Tilda Bongmon, said she had to scrub a little bit of speed, wasn't able to come to a full stop, but just decided to send it past the moose, while a team of 10 or so volunteers had to haze and yell and make a bunch of noise and try and keep it off the course. Those moose are ornery and hungry and doing their best to survive, so they kind of get the lay of the land. They have their own way of thinking, not the most intelligent animal, and they'll just kind of do what they want. So if there was one way for this race to get shaken up, I think it'd have to involve some kind of moose activity. Otherwise, it's wide open for Erica Lavin and Kendall Kramer to ski the race they want, tactics how they see it, and I think this may be them coming out of the South Tunnel now. And there is our group of 2.
You have Erica Lavin in the lead with Kendall Kramer right on her heels. So the two of them still looking strong. They have about 5 kilometers left to go. They both know that they have a lot of distance behind them, between them and the follow-up pack. Their coaches are giving them splits along the way. So they know it is really a 2-person race at this point. And they're probably now at this juncture in the race trying to size up the other, see how tired they are. They both know how each other skis, their strengths and weaknesses, whether they're a good sprinter, whether they're good on the climb. Erica probably knows she has slightly better skis on the uphill, but both of them good sprinters. Again, Erica was our sprint champion yesterday in the classic sprint, but both of them equally capable of bringing it home strong. I would say that after 20 kilometers of skiing, a sprint race is different than a 1.4 kilometer pure sprint race, so it really is anybody's race between the two of those. They still have a incredible amount of time on the chase pack and look very strong as they head out now just through the stadium at 15 kilometers going back out. You can see Erica and Kendall heading down the hill towards Elliott's Climb. Kendall there taking a feed from her coach, a little bit of energy, oftentimes taking coffee and Coke as a caffeine sugar mix here in the last 5 kilometers to give you a little extra boost to get you home.
There's your chase group. Looks like about 7 there in your screen, led by Aaron Bianco, and they have lost a little bit of time still, so now they're about a minute 15 behind those lead 2. So the lead 2 continuing to drive that pace and put some distance on the rest of the field. It's starting to thin out in that chase group, and a little bit of war of attrition. Nina, I'm curious if you had good skis and your body was feeling good and you're on the 4th and final lap, where you might look to make your move.
Yeah, I think it comes down to where your strengths are. For me, I was particularly good on the uphills, probably I would say skied a bit like Kendall Kramer, high max VO2, good endurance. So I would probably make my move on Elliott's Climb, at least a preliminary move. But if I was women, I would have been watching what Andreas did out on Leakish and know that was a real possibility. So I would probably test how I was feeling and how my skis were It is a danger to go, at 13 Ks at Elliott's climb. You still have 3 Ks to get sucked back up, where it's a little bit safer to make the move later. But I was one that never really wanted to wait till the sprint. I could sprint if I needed to, but I like to take care of it before the last 100 meters.
So some of the names in that chase group: Kate Oldham, Renee Anderson, Samantha Smith, Erin Bianco, Ave Ondine Duchefort, Lauren Jortberg, Selma Nevin, Shea Brams, Emma Strack, Annie McColgan, and Emma Albrecht. And those are the times we have through lap 3. They are roughly minute 20 behind Kendall and Erica. So Kate Oldham leading the charge as a U23 skier, and your winner from the 10K on Thursday, looking to fill out that third podium position.
You saw them just rounding the turn there and going out onto the course. Many of the skiers taking a feed there at 15 kilometers. Just about 5K, or for the women about 14 minutes away from the finish line, trying to get a little bit of additional fluids and sports drink into their system. But you are going to see, I think, 2 exciting finishes here. If it comes down to the last 100 meters, it'll be exciting. There could be the last 2 kilometers that are going to be exciting. But the battle for first between Erica Levin and from Sweden and Kendall Kramer from Fairbanks, Alaska will be a good battle. They are battling for the victory of the day, being the 20th in the course, and you can see them now both coming into Elliott's climb, both looking strong, stride for stride on the double pole, equally matched by many ways, and Kendall able to double pole just a little bit longer up the hill. She does have probably not quite as good a wax. You can see her jumping out of the tracks, using the loose snow beside the tracks to get additional grip. This is where Erica all 4 times has taken the opportunity to push the pace a little bit, but she too is having to get out of the tracks. That's an indication that the tracks are getting a little softer, a little bit more granular, as we say, as the snow falls apart and is less adherent. That makes it more difficult to get your wax to work quite as well as it did on the first lap.
Yeah, if I was to read some body language, Erica Levin looked great there. I mean, they're both working super hard, but Erica Levin looking very strong. She did slip once, but that may be expected as the later stages of the race come on and the wax starts to wear off. They're both really, in the end, though, matching each other foot for foot, stride for stride, and really pushing the pace. I didn't see anybody letting off the gas pedal, and they are both trying to drive each other into the ground and come away with a win here at Kincaid.
Yeah, and I think if I was to say what I saw in that as an athlete, I think Kendall wants this. I think she wants a national championship today. I think she wants to beat Erica Levin. She definitely seems like she's giving it everything she has, and that's to be admired and respected. So it will come down to, does she have the skis that she can conserve the energy enough to have that kind of desire on the last kilometer, which I think the battle will be a kilometer-long race for these 2 in the lead. They're both tough skiers. They're both extremely fit, and they're both having a good day. The lead pack the follow-up pack, on the other hand, I think that's going to be a real battle. I think you're going to see it get smaller and smaller over the next 4Ks. You're seeing them come up Elliott's climb now. But I do think that will ultimately probably come down to a sprint with at least a handful of that pack. Once you have a pack that big, it is hard to kind of string it apart. You've been skiing together for this first 15 Ks. Dropping anybody at this point will take an extreme effort. It is possible, but they may just ski at home and let it all come down to a sprint.
Yeah, and it looked like that chase group was down to about 9. I think there was a couple stragglers coming off the back, so really for the most part staying together. And as you said, once you're in that mode and you're realizing you're all feeling about the same with the same speed skis, it starts to become a familiarity thing, and you stay together. It's going to come down to who has whatever burst of energy they have left, and to emerge from that swirling mass of women athletes and try and get that third podium spot.
And I would, just watching the group, the chase group, Kate Oldham is coming off of a really strong first day of competition, won the national championships, won the overall, and she also has been home training at altitude, so she's got a little bit of extra in the tank, if I were to guess, here in this last 5 kilometers, which is going to be important, so I would keep my eye on her. Sammy Smith is, like we've talked about, just an all-around great athlete, looking to make an equivalent mark to the explanation point she put on it yesterday in the skate race, being our national champion and second overall. But those two to be watched. And as you said, Aaron Bianco, always a contender in a classic race, does look strong on her skis out there as well. So those three have been consistently at the front of that chase pack. I would keep an eye on all three. Of the three, Sammy Smith is probably the best sprinter, but there is again, a sprint at the very end of a 20K race is different than a sprint race when everybody has fresh legs.
And I'm not seeing Sydney Palmer Ledger going back to her being in third. I don't see her clicking through the third lap. She's not showing up as a DNF at this time, but there is no Sydney Palmer Ledger through the third lap. So something may have happened there. She went out hard with those two and tried to match their pace. It worked for her for about a lap. Maybe just under a lap, and then ultimately was too much for her. That chase group got her, and now I don't see her in this live timing on zone4.ca if you want to follow along.
And, there is a lot of the athletes have been out in the cold for 3 days now. That's a big toll on the body. There is a little bit of a bug going around, just a cold bug, and at this level you can't be skiing at your highest level performance and have even the littlest of bug in your body. So she may have decided to pull it over, but we'll see. We don't want to make that conclusion until we see that as an official timing. And
try to look across the stadium area from the timing building to see if we can catch our leaders leaving the Gong Hill on their final lap. I have not seen them yet, but they are speedy women and may have slipped through our view. We will keep our eyes across the hillside and bring you updates as we see them. Our camera at the top of Gong Hill, unfortunately, is still down, but we should be able to give you some visual, what we see here from the timing building, and relay that information as it comes.
But we are expecting in the next few minutes to see the leaders coming over Gong Hill, going out for the last 1.5 kilometers of the race on the Leakish Loop. Again, as you recall in the men's race, that was where the race was won, so that's certainly possible. But the women's race shaping up to be a slightly different look and feel. Two skiers have been skiing side by side the entire race. They would be reluctant to let either one of them go. But then they will do everything they can to keep it a two-person race, but we will wait and see. And we are seeing them come through now. Yes, they're still together, Kendall Kramer and Erica Levin. Kendall in the front. It does seem like Kendall may have slightly better skis on the downhill. She seems to be leading on all the downhills. Erica seeming to have slightly better skis on the uphill, but skis at this point are becoming less and less of an issue because they have completed all but one of the major climbs in the course. They have one climb left on the Leakish Loop, but they were still neck and neck. It is going to be an exciting finish for first place.
Yeah, and it's going to be between the two college skiers, Kendall Kramer of University of Alaska Fairbanks and Erica Levin of the University of Utah. So the college skiers showing they are the fittest of the bunch out here today. And if they took any notes from the men's race where Denver University skier Andreas Kirkang made a decisive move somewhere out on the Leakish and came away with the win. We'll see if one of them can pull off a similar tactic and bury the other one, or if they come to the line all the way over 20 kilometers and have to reach for it with a foot to try and decide the winner.
And here at the finish line, you have the officials getting ready, setting up the slow motion camera in case it is a photo finish, and the officials heading out there ready to call the race. The chase pack now just coming through, still significantly far behind our two leaders.
Yeah, I'm tracking about a minute and a half back, so holding about the same pace, but there's now split into two. I see 3 split off the chase group and probably 7 or 8 in that chase group.
So with all likeliness, we are going to see the final two, the first two athletes come through the tunnel here together or close together, and those athletes being Kendall Kramer from the University of Fairbanks, Alaskan from Fairbanks, hometown of Fairbanks, and Erica Lavin, who is from Sweden but skiing today for University of Utah. It will be a battle for first place between those two and the top college points. It will not be a battle for the national championship between those two because only Kendall Kramer is eligible to be our national champion 20K Classic skier today, but we are waiting with great anticipation to see those two come through the tunnel.
Yeah, and she can at least file away that in her back pocket as she finishes this race. As she will be the U.S. national champion. Can she be the top overall, though? That question remains to be answered.
And when you're out there skiing neck and neck with somebody you skied 19Ks with, you don't care that you're going to be the national champion. You want to win. So what's going through her mind right now is all I want to do is beat Erica. We've been battling side by side every step of the way. And it will come down to who wants it more today. And they are both very talented skiers, slightly different in style and technique, but
yeah, knowing Kendall a little bit, she is a fierce competitor. So there's no way she's going to give a centimeter, an inch, or a meter to Erica Lavin if she can help it.
And Kendall, I think she's gone through what a lot of college skiers do. You go into college, it's a new program, you're adjusting to academic life, and she's really coming into her own here in her senior year, both in skiing and running, and that's wonderful to see, kind of blossoming into what could be a really wonderful post-collegiate ski career as well, or we all hope. But she is certainly making a mark of significance here at this championships. Noting that she is going to probably go on to do even greater things than she's done for the University of Fairbanks.
And I think she might be building some ties to APU Nordic Ski Club because I've seen her listed as that. She was listed as an APU skier in the Besh Cup and raced in an APU suit. So that may be her next move, is to move down to Anchorage. And now I'm looking at the South Tunnel, and I can see our race leaders still together and approaching the stadium. They have about 300 or 400 meters to go, and the race is on.
And they both, as you can see, look strong. We have Kendall in the front. We have Erica right behind. They both have cute little ponytails that are bobbing in the wind, almost in sync with each other, but they're double pulling madly up the last hill. They'll go down one little downhill around a corner, and then we will come into the last 100 meters of this course. It's going to come down to this very last 200-meter stretch to determine who will be our standing on top of the podium today, our victor. But they've made this race exciting from the very beginning to the very end. They matched each other stride for stride, and now it's going to come down to the last 200 meters, which is very exciting for all the spectators that we have gathered out here. I think we have a lot of people videoing the finish here on their iPhone to capture this moment.
And there it is. There's your final two coming in. Kendall Kramer still in the front. She's got a ski length lead. Erica Lavin's going to need a whole shot on an uphill. It's going to be tough to overcome a ski length lead. Kendall Kramer mashing the poles. Lavin swings wide. She's going to try and go for it now, but Kendall Kramer has the boost. She's still got a ski length lead, and she's got growing lead. Erica Lavin succumbs to second place, and Kendall Kramer, not only first, your U.S. national champion, wins the overall. Erica Lavin, University of Utah, in second place. That was exciting, Nina. What did you see there at the end?
Yeah, that was exciting, actually, and you could see that Kendall Kramer wanted that. She knew that it was going to come down to a sprint, and she was not going to let that go. So that was really exciting, and Erica kind of, I sensed the fact that Kendall wanted that probably more than she did today, and congratulations to Kendall on a really successful 20K, and it's wonderful to see multiple women excelling at the distance races, and I think that is Kendall's first ever national championship, if I'm right, so congratulations to her on that.
We did see our chase group make their way under the pedestrian bridge, so they are just a few hundred meters from their finish. It looked like Erin Bianco was driving that train hard. I saw Samantha Smith still in there. She could be a favorite to capture a spot in the sprinting, move up the rankings in the final few hundred meters, and we will try and get you a finish line cam as soon as we have it. There should be just a couple seconds away. There it is. There's Erin Bianco right there front and center from the Bridger Ski Foundation.
And this is going to be a three-person fight for third.
That's Lauren Jortberg in front there. What bib 120?
And It is going to be a three-person fight. They're going as hard as they can into the finish line.
Following on the tails of Jortberg, Kate Oldham from Carbondale, Colorado, and Montana, I think snuck her foot just ahead of Erin Bianco. So Erin Bianco did the majority of the work in the final 300 meters, only to get swallowed up by Lauren Jortberg and Kate Oldham. Congrats to them and Lauren Jortberg for a third-place finish. I just saw Shea Brams cross the line. This is the shattered chase group that you're seeing now. There's bib 124, Emma Strack from St. Lawrence. An excellent race for her, and still within the top 10 finishers, I believe. So a great race from the St. Lawrence skier. You don't always see St. Lawrence in the top 10 at a U.S. Nationals, but there they are, and beating bib 130, Annie McColgan from the University of Vermont. A great race from her as well.
And it does look like Kendall Kramer was your champion, obviously. Erica Laban and Lauren Jortberg snuck into third there. She took the first spot in that chase pack. Kate Oldham, our winner from Thursday, national champion from Thursday, sneaks in at 4, and Renee Anderson running out your top 5. Sammy Smith was 6th. A strong performance by her. Erin Bianco, who did a lot of the work, as you said, one of the best classic skiers out there, was 7th, and Eva Undine Dodgepour was 8th. So we have the Selma Nevin in 9th and Shea Brahms in 10th. That's your top 10 as they have come across the finish line here. And a very exciting women's race. Exciting battle for first. Kendall Kramer coming out on top of that one, and a really exciting finish for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, that was a much closer race than the men. It really came down to the line, the final few Ks. It was cat and mouse, and both skiers working equally hard, coming up right to the line to decide that national champion. And what a race for Kendall Kramer. She got huge hugs. I saw her coaches and her team mobbing her, as they should, at the finish line. A hard-won battle, and she is going to be feeling very good tonight and heading into the rest of her season with that national title in hand.
And it is sort of a new phenomenon that we see so many college skiers winning national titles. And you know, in my generation of skiers, it was not the norm to go to college and be at that competitive level. So it is great to see the college program stepping up and providing the development pipeline so that athletes can attend college and still compete at a really extremely high level, but also a huge call out to those student athletes that are balancing both those two elements of their life and still able to come out here and become national champions, be the very best in the United States of America on any given day. So Kendall Kramer, the most recent example of that, but many that have followed her, Johnny Hackenbook earlier this morning, as well as a few others, but a lot of great college athletes out here competing today. Again, it is a college race today, so you'll see a lot of the athletes, including the Bobcat finisher that just came across the finish line, two Dartmouth competitors coming across the finish line, all competing for their university college today, and we will have the results of the college race tallied by the end of today based on the results from Thursday's race and today's race, 10K skate and today's 20K classic mass start.
Yeah, and to your point real quick, there was the college skiers getting stronger and stronger. 6 out of the top 10 hail from a collegiate program, so congrats to them. We are getting ready to get an interview with Keegan Randall, interviewing your champion from today, Kendall Kramer, and we are going to kick it over to Keegan in just a second. Although we may have lost that camera for a moment. So while we do, we'll take a look at, looks like Annabelle Needham, bib 127 from the APU Nordic Ski Club, crossing the line. And there is Dartmouth skier, looks like Tatum Witter, perhaps, finishing up her race.
And while these athletes are a couple of minutes behind the winners, these are still strong performances. This is still, people that are coming in the top half of this field and, have skied a good, strong 20-kilometer race. Again, 4 laps of a 5 kilometer course, so these athletes have certainly earned a very big lunch today, which they will get before probably the juniors start their race. And you can see the juniors putting their last finishing touches on their waxing and out warming up. So both the women and men and then the women will have a mass start for U20 juniors that will be separate. They will race only 10 kilometers, so 2 laps, but they will be also racing for a different set of berths on the junior national team.
And now we have our camera back with Keegan and Kendall Kramer, so our national champion going to get interviewed. Kick it over to you, Keegan Randall.
All right, we're here with the women's national champion and the winner of the day, Kendall Kramer. What was the feeling coming into today?
I was kind of just going to go with the flow in these long mass start races. You kind of have to just see where you are in the pack and then flow with that. I mean, of course, do your best and try to get with the lead pack. Sometimes you get stuck behind, and you just roll with whatever's happening. And I just rolled with whatever was happening. Once the 3 of us broke away, me, Sydney, and Erica, it was a pretty chill pace for me. It wasn't feeling hectic. I wasn't around a bunch of people, so I felt really relaxed. Once I realized where my strengths and weaknesses were on the course compared to them, I tucked behind when I knew that I could spare some energy, and then I was feeling really good going into last lap and figured I had it, so yeah.
So when did you start to put the pressure on for the win?
I noticed she was better at the starting, which I could have predicted, and I was taking it really, really chill on the double pull. Once you get past Leakish, it's only double pull, and I could tell that her effort was stronger than mine in this last lap, and so I knew that I had energy to spare, and so I just used it.
Well, first national championship here in Alaska. How does it feel?
That was awesome. I definitely was not predicting this, and I was kind of counting myself out today. Once I realized going into the last lap that I could have my first national championship and not settle for second, even though that would have been good, then I just tried for it. And so that's awesome.
And where do you go from here?
Well, I'm going to Utah next with my college team. This is my last year of college racing, so I'm going to make the most of that, but I'll see what opportunities come from this.
Well, congratulations. Really fun to see you here racing at home, and now we'll go back up to you. All right.
Well, thanks for that, Keegan. Thanks for that moment of interview with our national champion and champion of the day, and Kendall Kramer there from Fairbanks, Alaska. And always wonderful to see a local do well, but somebody who's worked so hard at it is Kendall Kramer. A special thanks to her. And we'd be remiss to say this whole event is being overseen and organized by Keegan and this strong team of volunteers and officials that she has pulled together out here, and it's wonderful to have Keegan back home. I know that she is very instrumental in inspiring the whole next generation of athletes who are out there spectating and or maybe skiing in their first national championship. To have people like Keegan to look up to is a wonderful opportunity, and wonderful to see Keegan interviewing Kendall Kramer in her first opportunity to be a national champion. We are now waiting for the men's junior U20, so 20 and younger juniors start, which will begin here at
2:30.
2:30. So there is a little bit of break in the action. It looks like we have about 45 minutes, 50 minutes until the start of that race.
Sorry, 2 o'clock it starts, so we have about 20 minutes. Yeah, my apologies there. Nina, I just wanted to recap one more time for you the top 10 of the women's 20K before we shift gears to the junior race. In 10th place, Shea Abrams from Middlebury College. In 9th, from the University of Utah, Selma Nevin. In 8th, from the University of Denver, Yves Ondine Duchefour and the nation of France. In 7th place, from the APU Nordic Ski Club here in Anchorage, Renee Anderson. In 6th place, and a U20 skier dominating yesterday's sprint is from Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation, Samantha Smith. In 5th, Erin Bianco from the BSF Pro Team. In 4th, originally Carbondale, Aspen, and the Roaring Fork Valley, moving on to Bozeman and Montana State, is 10K winner Kate Oldham. In 3rd place, Lauren Jortberg. in second place from University of Utah and the nation of Sweden, Erica Levin. And again, you saw the interview from Keegan and our interview of our national champion, Kendall Kramer from Fairbanks and skiing for her home college, the UAF Nanooks. So we are
going to go now to Keegan, who I think is live in the stadium with the Dartmouth women's team for a brief interview. Keegan, we will hand it over to you to introduce us to the Dartmouth women's team you have gathered there in what looks to be now a very sunny Kincaid Park stadium.
All right, we're here with the Dartmouth women's team. Great to see you guys all here. You got the glitter on your faces. How has this week of racing in Alaska been for you?
It's been nice and cold, but super fun. Yeah.
Great. And have you guys raced in Alaska before?
Yeah, so a while ago, Junior Nationals 2019. So it's been a second for sure, but we're excited to be here again. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, great. And you've had a nice holiday break, a little racing away from school, and what do you head back?
We've got our first carnival in Rumford next weekend, Friday, Saturday. So we're stoked to kick off the Eastern Carney season.
Did any of you encounter any of the moose that were out on the course earlier this week?
Thanks, Keegan, for that interview with the Dartmouth women's team. Good to see our guests from out of state enjoying themselves here in Alaska. And it is turning into a beautiful afternoon. The sun has now reached the floor of the Kincaid Stadium, and we are about 18 minutes away from our junior men's race. A couple notes about that men's race. They made a decision in the Spring Congress to, if the field is larger than, I believe, 80 skiers, they separate them into two different waves. And it's based off a ranking list. So we're going to have two waves of junior men starters going 5 minutes apart. They will have different FIS points at the end of the day, but ultimately they're going to be lumped into the same results. If you were not ranked in those top 70 or 80 coming into the week, but you did have some good races earlier this week, then they would be able to discretion another 15 or 20 skiers into that. They're calling them flights instead of waves. So flight 1 will have roughly 85 skiers, and then 5 minutes later, looks like 83 skiers in flight 1, and then 5 minutes later, the second wave will go off, and we will bring you all that action as it plays out, getting going at 2 o'clock. In between, we will have some footage that we'll play for you that our assistant Max Byers-Grossline, who you heard on Thursday helping out with the commentary, he skied a lap for us and took some footage. He's going to show you some of the details of what the athletes have to go through and what they're looking at as they ski this 5K course. So keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, Nina and I are going to take a quick break, and we will be back to cover the junior men at 2 o'clock. I'd like to bring in Max Byers-Grossline. He's going to be my helper here for the final two junior races. Andrew Kastning here on the call with Max, and you're looking at some footage of Max skiing so we can all analyze his double pole cadence and get a look at the course. So Max, tell us where we are at the course at this point.
So at this point, we've done Elliot's climb, we've descended down roller coaster, and we're turning right onto dark alley here. So to me, this is one of the most difficult parts of the course. Is after that Elliot's climb, you had just a long downhill that's not too easy. I did film it earlier, but it's pretty up and down and pumpy. You're working those turns, working those over the tops. Dark alley also is one of those hard parts where you'll see here I'm start striding. These aren't just little pump and dumps that you can just double pull up and over and stride or sit in the draft there. You actually have to work these pretty hard. Going over this little part here, there's going to be one more final climb at dark alley that's pretty steep, and especially in the race, this part is where it really picks up together, and oftentimes there's some carnage going on up here, and it's a little bit. To the right, you can see the fish pond, or frog pond down there on the right. The racers will come down after going dark alley. You'll see that in just a few minutes here.
Yeah, and so now you're getting close to the artificial snow loop that occurred. So it's nice.
Right here, like I said, I just slipped there. He was there yesterday. So here we go down the hill. It's not too much of a rest. It's not that large of a here today. This dark alley to Gong Hill part really is tough. I know Elliot's is. Here you see some of those snow blowing systems there on the right of the screen. And then here we go up and over the roller. Nice little downhill right before the Gong Hill climb. I think I'll look to the left a little bit. And you can kind of see the top of Gong Hill up there, yep. And then there it is, the one of the hardest, steepest climbs out there on the course today. And the center point of yesterday's sprint and Tuesday's upcoming sprint.
It looks like you were wearing the camera on your chest. It's impressively smooth, so nice technique, good camera work, Max.
Yeah, I tried not to move my chest whatsoever. My double pull is a little weird, but you can see already, even before the races happen, the snow on the left side of the tracks is getting chopped up there. That's from people getting out of the tracks and herringboating. I had some really good sticky wax on there, but even I got out of the tracks just to make it a little easier on myself. So
this is a super steep hill up to the Gong Hill. You're looking at the left-hand turn in the middle of that climb that I had mentioned times in the sprint. It definitely is a factor in how you ski this climb, is having to make this left-hand turn, and then coming around out of the corner. The hill does not relent. It keeps going up to the Gong, and it gets even steeper. It is straighter, but it gets steeper.
About most of the way up. So it was not.
Here's a bib 202. Here's a bib 202 is Davis Issam. Bib 209. Bib 202 is Davis Issam. Bib 209. Gavin Gallia. The junior heats. He will be in bib 211. So
phased out there. David Isom has had a really perhaps the junior national qualifier for Alaska. So there's down the stadium out into Alaska. So there's down the stadium out onto the ramp. Those start lanes cut
earlier that and the more inexperienced. The men are and the World Juniors this year are championships later this winter. Been getting better and better at building. So
striding strongly up the last part, and some little straggler off the back is there. And then they all just stormed up Elliot's there together. It looks like this wave 2 is set to go off right now. And there they are.
Yep, that is wave 2 headed out on course, and they start at bib 301 and go up to bib 343. So the additional 43 skiers above the 83 we saw already started and on from Vermont, and coached by I believe which is coached by Patrick Weaver. And you mentioned also Cole Flowers. Cole Flowers is from Anchorage. He'll have some home course advantage. North to Fairbanks and ski on the UAF ski team. Tabor Greenberg, Justin Lucas, William Bentley. William Bentley is actually U18 early races this week at the U.S. Nationals, and born in 2009.
Up an age group, most entirely Cold
Yeah.
Flowers being one of those.
Yeah, and Jan Buron has been leading that program for a few decades now, I believe,
That's right.
pretty much since its inception. And he hails from Eastern European culture, where they drive their kids pretty hard. They have great technique. They know how to jump and sprint. Describe a Winter Stars athlete, and Cold Flowers has certainly carried that tradition on. Next point we'll see them should be the Gong Hill, and we had a, let's see, what you're looking at there is wave 2 approaching Elliott's Climb. We should see wave 1 in a little while. Approach the top of
Miles, Numworld, both skiing for APU. I caught a glimpse of their bibs there, leading. Leading in the front there.
So here's the Gong Hill, and here's our front leaders. Looks like Fairbanks skier at the front.
Looks like Cole Flowers and Blake Hanley, both at the front, followed by an APU skier. Might be Davis Isom. Both at the front, followed by an APU skier. Might be Davis Isom. I couldn't catch the bib there.
Definitely saw the red and white looser, and that caused. Definitely saw the red and white looser, and that causes some shearing under the ski. But everybody getting over the hill there, except for, I was just about to say cleanly, and then somebody gets stepped on, and that all changes that. But the sun is now shining on them as they go over the top of Gong Hill, and they have to squint through that sunshine as they descend off that, into the tunnel that will take them out onto the Leakage Trail. It's indicative of the age group that we are witnessing ski on this course, all under the age of 20, all fiercely contesting, not age group that we are witnessing ski on this course, all under the age of 20, all fiercely contesting, not necessarily minding their own space or arms and elbows, so then sometimes you get your ski stepped on.
That's right.
And certainly lessons to be learned as they work their way up the rankings of the U.S. skiing pipeline.
And that shot right there we were looking at was the backside of Gong as the skiers descended, about to go through the tunnel, around the backside of our biathlon range onto Leakish, and then back through the tunnel, as we're just seeing now. And I was talking to quite a few of the adult male skiers who were going earlier, and there's quite a bit of carnage out there as well. A few broken poles. Another skier, Christopher Kalev, had a fractured ski right down the middle, but still finished the race, and was just hoping it wouldn't slow him down. And he had a very solid result today.
I'd like to hear more about that. It's split in half, like across the width of it?
It's split down the middle. From the tip, it looks probably not too far. I didn't get a chance to look at it. I imagine it wasn't too far down the ski, as he did finish and did very well. But he said he was on Gong Hill, and another skier stepped on his ski, and it just fractured.
I don't know if I've ever seen a ski do that. That's impressive.
Yeah, and in the women's race, we had another skier out there, Tabitha Williams for UAF. The bottom of her boot came off, so the metal bar just ripped right out, I believe, and unfortunately that ended her day. So there's been quite a bit of carnage out there in the men's and the women's adult race. So these younger guys are not alone.
Now you can begin to understand why they voted in the Spring Congress to separate these young gun boys into two waves and make a little more space for them to move.
Absolutely.
So there's a look at that south tunnel. That's at the south end of the stadium, and that's where we're going to see our Wave Flight 1 skiers come through first. When they hit that point, they will be nearing the halfway point of their 10K race. They'll cross under a pedestrian bridge, go around down a slight downhill behind the timing building. Then they will have a right-hand turn before they hit the lap or continue out to our sponsors. Toyota bringing this as our presenting sponsor. Local presenting sponsor is ConocoPhillips of Alaska. Bibs provided by Kappa. We also have additional local support from Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, OPA. Coca-Cola of Alaska, LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, Piston Bowler USA, and the Waxing Village up by the bunker. All those trailers are brought to you by our local outdoor and winter consignment store, the Hoarding Marmot. So thanks to our sponsors. We also have things like Kaladi Brothers Coffee, keeping our volunteers work their jobs out in the elements. We appreciate all the volunteer help, and it's nice to bring them some Kaladi Brothers Coffee. We also have Watterson Construction, Will Scott, North NC Machinery, Alaska Photo Booth, Art Seriously, Cowbells.com, all bringing this event to you guys. And there is our lead group now in the tuck, in the train, 2 wide coming into the stadium.
You can see there some of those skiers behind who are drafting off others have to stand up there. The wind coming into that tunnel and in through the stretch is brutal. Those first skiers slow down so much as soon as they turn in the tunnel.
And I see 204 Peter Warner from Middlebury College at the front of the group. And we will get a little bit of a time check at their lap as they move through the lap lane. We'll bring you that information
Here's
as it comes.
wave 2 going up and over Gong Hill. Right now they're still powering, going pretty good clip here, despite being in wave 2. They're looking to make some names for themselves as well, despite being in their own wave.
Yeah, and in that flight 1, it seemed like no real breakaways, nothing, certainly nothing decided, nobody pushing the pace to the point where no one else can hang. So the group remains together, and there was at least 2 or 3 wide. So they are hitting the lap lane now. I also saw 214 Marcus Brian Grote in there, and that is the skier you saw making the lap. Justin Lucas from APU, bib 217, also making that turn, and we'll have some times here shortly.
Also 225 Murphy Kimball, who had the superstar performance in that sprint yesterday.
So it's taking these gentlemen about 13 minutes to get around a lap. Marcus Brian Grote from the USA and Tormod Ski Club is in the lead. Justin Lucas right behind him. Lucas Wilmot sitting third at the moment. Jack Levesque, your U16 male from the Alaska Winter Stars, is in fourth. Cole Flowers with UAF ski team in fifth. Noah Cam Magruder, another Winter Star skier, sixth. Baby Orrin Flagstad vying for a U18 spot, if not World Juniors. Skiing for the AWS as well in sixth. William Bentley right in there. Ben Barbier from Montana State. Oscar Flora. Tabor Greenberg a little bit back. He's at 13:11, so really just 3 seconds behind Marcus Grote, your race leader. Murphy Kimball right in there. Landon Wyatt. Blake Hanley, Aiden Jacobus, Gavin Galliart. Those are your top 15.
And those junior men are heading out onto Elliott's climb for the second and final time. I imagine they're going to be going at a little bit quicker pace there, really looking to spread out the field before the elusive Gong Hill comes into play.
Yeah, and you grew up skiing in Alaska, and is it Eagle River that you grew up in?
That's right, Eagle River.
Yeah, so that's a community just north of town, and I know when we were making introductions, you mentioned having ties to all the ski clubs in town. So what tell us a little bit about your growth as a skier in Anchorage, and what you found is helpful to becoming a skier that could make a college team.
Well, I mentioned a little bit on Thursday's broadcast. Alaska has an awesome. Well, a lot of places have it as well, but Alaska has a unique situation where you have 3 pretty solid clubs, and a 4th one sprung up just now, Matsu Ski Club in the Valley. But I was trained with A&R primarily my junior career, and as I got older, I switched to Alaska Winter Stars, trained under Jan, and then trained lastly with APU under Eric Flora. I'd say the best part about it was just training with all the different talent and being friends with all those competitors in state. Everybody that you're racing in Alaska, you're good friends with, good buddies with, and you can train with them all year round. It really helps you to round out everything you're bad at and really race well.
And I can see now there it is, a shot of Elliott's. That is our lead group from Flight 1 ascending the climb. There's the Winter Stars suit in the front. I see the red upper leg, white lower leg. That's the Winter Stars suit. And I can also see Fairbanks in there. Looks to be about 15 in a pack, and the string starting to sputter off the back.
That's right. There's a 217, Justice Lucas still staying in there. Bib 214, Marcus Brian Grote from Tormund Ski Lag going hard.
And 237 up there, Jack Levesque. That's your U16 skier. So that's the one to watch. He's up and coming, perhaps starting to compare himself to Gus Schumacher, who skied up an age group. I think as a 13-year-old, Gus raced the Spring Nationals here in Anchorage. It was probably about 2014 circa. They had to hold that at World Cup Stadium, which is right above where you see these athletes ascending Elliott's Climb. If you were here for those races, they used this hill as the main sprint hill. It ended up being, because of a low snow year, but it was a great event to have at World Cup, a little different than what we normally do at Kincaid Park. And that was where we first saw Gus Schumacher start to make his name as a young skier on the U.S. top-level skiers.
That's right, and you can really see the good challenging part of Elliott's there was that there's a steep climb and then a nice little gradual uphill where you can either double pull stride or double pull kick. Striding, of course, being a little bit slower than those boys out there double pulling, and then goes right back into a much steeper climb.
Here's some of our Wave Flight 2 skiers now making their way through the south end of the stadium. That was Miles Newmorel and the APU Suit U20 skier out of Anchorage. So we'll see how the athletes play out over the next few K. They are on their final lap now, so really only about 4 kilometers to go to the finish, and it really is anybody's race. I think it'd be if you have the energy and the good skis, I think it would be a good time to probably push the pace across the top of that and see if you can splinter this group up. The more athletes that are in together in a group makes more chaos, and if you really want to assert yourself as a podium contender, it's nice to whittle that field down as much as possible before you get to the final sprint.
That's right, and I think Dark Alley going into the Gong Hill is a great place to do it. It's a lot of rolling up and down before Gong, so you can really have your competitors might be taking a rest, and you could really put the pedal to the metal there and go hard. I know, having raced this exact course many times, that part is where a lot of your competitors get strung out and get really tired.
Yeah, that Gong Hill is a beast. It does come after some rest, so you get to descend the roller coaster trail and get a little bit of recovery off of Elliott's, but then you have what we saw with your GoPro footage, having to climb that Dark Alley hill, and that's no sleeper climb. And then you really put yourself down in the frog pond, literally, before having to climb 50 meters in elevation up to the top of the Gong Hill.
That's right.
And it's basked in sunlight right now as the low-angle Alaskan sun does its best to warm up our racers and our spectators out here at Kincaid. We are located on the western edge of town, out on Turnagain Arm at the head of Cook Inlet. If you split to the east, you would go down the Turnagain Arm towards Girdwood, Portage, and the towns of Seward, the Kenai Peninsula. If you go left up that split, up the Cook Inlet, you end up in the Mat-Su Valley, passing the communities of Eagle River and headed towards Palmer and Wasilla, Hatcher's Pass, and the Talkeetna Mountains to the north. Beyond that is Fairbanks, and then the Arctic and the Yukon River. So give you a little geographic indication of where we're at here at the end of Turnagain Arm. Beyond us is Fire Island, which gets a great source of electricity from the wind. We get some wind sometimes that either comes straight from the north and chills us out, as it did yesterday and this morning. Now it's starting to swirl about us as some warm winds come up from the southern reaches of the Pacific, and as looking at the forecast is going to bring some wild weather to us as we wrap out these championships on Tuesday with a skate sprint. That's a look at the top of Gong Hill now, and we are waiting for our Flight 1 skiers to make their way. Once they reach this point, they'll have about 2 kilometers before they make the turn to the finish line.
Yeah, it should be exactly 2 kilometers. Actually, that 3K mark is right by those coaches' bibs in the green there.
Yeah, and you can see this is a popular spot to spectate and also be as a coach. If you're quick on your feet, you can see them here as we are now, and then sprint over to that south tunnel and catch them again if you're tracking a particular athlete. So there's the Winter Star Suit in the front, and they are pushing over the top. The pack seems to be whittling down. It looked like a 5 or 6 at the lead group, and now it's trailing off to the skiers you see now. That looked like Vebjorn Flagstad in 2:05, getting spit off that chase group. And there's an unfortunate pole plant between the legs. Doesn't look like he broke any carbon fiber, so he's continuing on his way. That's a nice shot off the backside of the Gong Hill as they make their way to what we call the East Tunnel, and that will take them to the backside of the biathlon range.
And from there, it's pretty much a grind all the way to the finish. There's some small climbs, I should say a steep climb into a steadier uphill with a short downhill, and then a fast and quick left and right into the stadium. There's not too much time to make a break or play there, but it's all pretty fast and hot.
I'd like to give a shout out to the National Nordic Foundation. It's a very important entity in the pipeline of U.S. skiing, and it's brought to brings funding and support to the athletes that are going to make the World Juniors and the U18 trip. It's critical for making those trips affordable and raising the level of skiing, being able to financially able to go over to Europe and not have to worry about some of those stresses and just be able to ski race. It's brought to you by the kind and generous donors, and it's a nationwide thing. So thank you if you were one of those donors. If you were not, please consider looking up the National Nordic Foundation, because that is a big driving force to why the U.S. has continued to climb the ranks of world skiing, and why we see skiers like Jessie Diggins and Julia Kern, Ben Ogden, Jack Young, J.C. Schoonmaker. They're all recipients of National Nordic funding at one point or another, getting them over to Europe and skiing fast.
Looks like we're looking at the tail end of Wave 1 and maybe some Wave 2 skiers coming up over Gong Hill here. And you can see there, all of them are, most of them are choosing for that herringbone technique, getting nice and wide in that choppy man-made snow there. There's an AWS and FXC bib passing the camera.
It'd be exciting if you were in that Flight 2 and you started picking off some of the back end of that Flight 1, and
certainly
that would be very motivating for me if I was in Flight 2 to try and chase that down 5 minutes ahead of you. If you could catch them, you'd be making a statement that you should have been in that first flight. So I'm sure they'll be getting some encouragement there.
That's right. We should soon see our leaders come through the tunnel and shoot to the stadium here in just a moment. I know I saw them head on to Leakish.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fast and furious finish, I feel like, with 83 starters in that Flight 1 and only 10 kilometers contested of distance. It could be, we'll do our best to call that as it comes, but it could be a busy finish for us, for Max and I, as they make their way through the final 200, 300 meters. We'll see them shortly coming out of the tunnel, and then it is all systems go from that point to the finish.
You look at the flagging there on the course. Looks like the wind is dying down slightly. It's probably going in and out with some gusting. So that is probably going to play into how these athletes come through the stadium here and come up and around in the stadium.
Yeah, there's a pretty significant downhill as you leave the Leakish trails. One little uphill and then another downhill into the tunnel area. So if your skis are running, it's a great opportunity to slip by a few people and position yourself at the front for the final sprint. So at this point, kick wax is not really needed as much, and it's going to be more about the glide. And I do see a skier making their way through the tunnel with looks like a Winter Star skier behind it. So the pack has split apart, and there is one skier with about 15 meters over a Winter Star skier. See if we can get some of those bib numbers as they come, but otherwise the pack has been splintered, and there is it looks like Middlebury suit, maybe Montana suit out in front.
It might have been Peter Warner if that was Middlebury there. Here's Cole Flowers coming charging along, chasing a lone AWS skier. Looks like that front pack is really splintered on Leakish, and we'll be coming into the finish here in just a moment.
Yeah, a lot changed out there on the Leakish trails, because that group has really turned into one long snake, with skiers coming every 15 to 30 meters at this point. So we're going to turn our eyes now to the north end of the stadium. The athletes we saw went around behind the timing building. They have a downhill and then a right-hand turn, and then it's just kind of a gradual and a false flat to the finish with just over 100 meters to go. And then we have a lead change. So in that downhill, the Winter Star skier was able to overtake the other skier.
Here he comes powering down this finish. That is...
And it's Jack Levesque, a U16 skier. Holy moly, did he just throw one down? Jack Levesque, U16 is your 10K champion. Wow, what a race. And that is Bobcat skier 283. So these back-ranked skiers had some great race. That's Benjamin Barbier from Montana State. He was the final ranked skier in Flight 1. An impressive race from him.
That's certainly right. Here's Noah Kamagruder finishing the line, followed up by Cole Flowers coming charging down the finishing straight. Another AWS skier following him with two APU skiers behind him.
What a statement by Jack Levesque. He is a U16 skier, and will he
that's
be
Bjorn Flagstad there?
Will he be punching his ticket to Gjøvik, Norway on the U18 trip? 2:05 crossing the line. That was Vebjorn Flagstad, as you mentioned. I see 2:13 now. Oscar Flora just behind him. There's 2:20. Landon Wyatt. 2:52 is Matthias Sokolsky of UAA.
2-1 just coming across the line. Tabor Greenberg.
Yeah, not his day, it looks like. 2:04 behind him. That is Peter Warner.
Looks like a little sprint off between some Valley Mountain School athletes there. Followed by 2:25. That's Murphy Kimball. With 2:18, Blake Hanley finishing behind him. 2 Dartmouth skiers lunging it out there. That's 2:19. Aiden Jacobus.
So your top 5, Lucas Wilmot from the University of Utah, just behind Justin Lucas of APU. William Bentley was in 3rd from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Great race for him as a U18 skier. Ben Barbier is 2nd place behind the U16 skier of Jack Levesque, Alaska Winter Stars. Hats off to him for winning the junior men's 10K.
And certainly in an
experience, particularly at 10 kilometers. So to take that win, he is going to be riding high for the rest of the season off of that one, I can guarantee you. Also rounding out the top 10, Oscar Flora was 10th, Davis Issam was in 9th, Vebjorn Flagstad 8th, Cole Flowers 7th, Noah Cam Magruder in 6th.
A lot of names I thought would be up there are certainly in the top 10. Obviously some shakeups, including that first place there.
Yeah, I would have think Tabor Greenberg would have been a podium contender, but we see him down in 14th, just ahead of his EISA counterpart from Middlebury, Peter Warner. They both took over 27 minutes to traverse the 10 kilometers.
Well, that's right, and I saw Tabor come across the line and almost take his poles off slightly aggressively, so probably not his day out there.
Yeah, be it skis or body feeling, sometimes the frustrations can boil over in the finish pen. As we see, we don't have the video on the finish, but there is a lot of boy carnage, a lot of floppers here. The Diggins collapse index is looking strong here in the next generation, as they are all sprawled out on the trail, looking for their own piece of real estate to get an early start on their ice bath and lay in the nice man-made snow of Kincaid Park.
Bib 277 just finishing. That's Basil Patet from FXC. It's a Fairbanks Ski Club there.
We'll see if we can call the Flight 2 race. That's going to be in the 300 bib range. We'll do our best to see when those skiers start coming along, but they have all these racers with the bib numbers starting with a 2 are your Flight 1 skiers.
And yeah, here's a good shot of the finish there. Seeing some guys on the ground there catching their breath.
Yeah, it really is a full body, all out, maximum effort kind of sport here, and particularly in the cold elements. It takes every muscle of your body, and you put everything out there on the line. It feels real welcoming just to take a break and sit on the snow, flop down, and catch your breath. See 267 crossing the line. That would be David Northcutt from Caldwell Sport.
276 there, Thomas Van Camp from Team Soldier Hollow, just coming across the line. Bib 273 coming up the finishing straights. That's Sisu Lang from Craftsbury Ski Club, making his way to the finish line.
Yeah, Craftsbury out in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont, so he's come quite a distance to get here. Congratulations on your finish in the 10K.
That's right, and you see some fellow competitors there talking after that race. Oftentimes a lot of friendships are made in that finish corral, talking about the carnage that went on out in that course. I can say I've met quite a few friends just finishing and talking about how crazy that was.
This may be the second group now we're looking at coming out of the South Tunnel. We'll see if they have a bib 3. Starting in the 300s, that's what we're looking for a Flight 2 skier.
Yeah, there's bib 314 on the left side of your screen there. That was Miles Noom-Worrell, and I think some of those skiers in front of him might be some more Wave 2, but I was not able to catch a bib there.
Yeah, to your point of the friendships that form, I started making connections and bonds to other junior skiers at the junior nationals and the U.S. national championships when I was skiing, and um, these friendships have carried on into my adult life, and it's a testament to the community that we work in and that we appreciate and that we
Well, here's the
that we
first
live
wave
by.
two bib skier with bib 319. That's Nathan Daughtery out of Mountain Valley Green Mountain Valley School coming across the line, charging there.
Yeah, that is your Flight 2 winner. Good race to him.
He had a solid finish. It looks like he had left a lot out there. Be curious to see how he stacks up against his Wave 1 comrades there.
A little bit of a tighter here for Wave 2 and second and third. Looks like 323, 327 maybe.
Yeah, 323 there, Everett Robertson, followed by 304, that was Braden Belize, and then 314, Miles out of APU ski team.
And shout out to Braden Belize from the Rochester Nordic Racing, upstate New York. Good to see that program thriving under the tutelage of the Mad Shoes rep. 312 crossing the line, Christian Hudacek, Bridger Ski Foundation.
Here's Grayson Stanek Allward, a AWS skier coming down. 301, that's Raven Spangler. 322, Olaf Saugen out of Plain Valley Nordic coming down the finishing straight here. So like you got a little sprint off between AWS skier and 308, that's a Loppet Nordic Racing skier. Anders Decker coming across strong.
We'll have the Junior Boys Awards in about 10 minutes, and we'll try and give you some coverage from that. And then the U20 Junior Women will be going off for their 10-kilometer race at 3 o'clock sharp. So one more race to go, and we will be bringing you all the action courtesy of 49th Productions and Max Byers-Grossline and myself, Andrew Castling, on the call for you for the afternoon. Shout out to our sponsors, Toyota, ConocoPhillips, Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, Coca-Cola Alaska, Piston Bowl USA, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, North Rim Bank, and our supporters are so welcomed and appreciated to bring a top-notch event like this, including all the volunteers and staff, race staff, competition committees that work so hard to bring you the best event that we can. We began the week by shoveling a bunch of snow onto the trail to make sure we had the depth for today's race up Elliott's and across the top. And it took a village to make this happen. And so we appreciate all those efforts. It's not just here in Anchorage, but places like Rumford, Maine, or Lake Placid and Soldier Hollow. It has to pull all those teams of parents and staff and ski fans together, putting their time and effort to make these events the best they can be and give these younger athletes a great championship to ski with. Saw 328 Walker Rawlinson from the Aspen Ski Club. ASC might actually be Auburn Ski Club.
There's bib 329, Liam Clearly from APU coming down the finishing stretch. Getting ready to collapse on that snow there. Bib 330. Kel Christensen from BSF. Well, that bib 331 with some strong double pull. Isaac Novastad out of Ford Sayer. I'm charging down that finishing stretch there.
But really the story of the day is got to be Jack Levesque. I think he's the only U16 skier in this field, and he beat them all. He beat all the U18s and all the U20s. So the young skier from Alaska Winter Stars using home snow to his advantage. Obviously had fire. He skied a great sprint. He had a solid 10K, and now he really made a statement today in the 10K, taking away the win.
He certainly did. He had some fellow U16s in the second wave there, also from APU and AWS. So it looks like all the U16s are some homegrown competition, but he certainly had one over on them.
Yeah, you don't really travel to these races when you're a U16 skier, so it's really nice if you are feeling competitive and up to the challenge. When you have home championships, you don't have to travel. and you can just sleep in your own bed and drive out the Kincaid Park and go and race as a U16. I didn't compete in these until I was at the end of my U18 career, so part of me wishes that I had gained some experience prior to that, because I think it would have helped me make that U18 trip. But alas, they don't have too many national championships in Colorado. You have places like Soldier Hollow and Anchorage, Lake Placid, able to host, and that allows those local and younger skiers to make that trip much easier and feasible. And then you get the opportunity, like Jack Levesque did, to really shine and take the win.
That's right, and I think one of my first senior nationals was as a U16. I think last time it was here in Anchorage. I might be misremembering that, but I was quite young, and it was extremely nice to get some real competition, see how a real mass star's handled, all the carnage out there, and race against some of the big dogs. And so that kind of set me on my trajectory.
Yeah, Kincaid has hosted the U.S. Nationals quite a few times, most recently in 2018 with the Olympic trials, and prior to that in 2014 we had Spring Nationals. I mentioned earlier that was kind of Gus Schumacher's debut. Back in 2014, he would have been 14 years old about at that point. I think he was born in 2000. 2010 U.S. Nationals were held at Kincaid, also 2009. There was a period of time when the national championships were hosted by the same venue back-to-back. I think it was for insurance reasons. I don't think that's occurring like it did back then now, but yeah, for 09 and 10, Kincaid hosted, and then before that, you'd have to go all the way back to 1994 when the U.S. Nationals and Olympic trials were held for the Lillehammer Olympics, and that was when Nina Kempo was able to shine and punch her ticket to those Olympics. The Kincaid hosted in '92 Masters World Cup and the U.S. Masters Nationals. They had the national championships in 1990 as well as 1983. And prior to that, in 1978, was the first U.S. Nationals hosted in Anchorage, and that was split between Rush and Jack Park, which is more centrally located in town. It's kind of an old golf course. It does have some hills. It's where I coach junior Nordic out there. It's nice to have trails right in the urban center of Anchorage. We've got a lot of them. It makes living in Anchorage really nice to have the ability to just go out your back door and get in the woods and feel like you're not in the city. You get that at Rush and Jack. And Rush and Jack shared that 1978 championship host with Kincaid Park, which was originally a Cold War base, and waxing is occurring in a bunker up on the parking lot. If you haven't been here, if you have, you no doubt have been in that bunker and know what I'm talking about. But it was a missile site and a Cold War relic before they ultimately gave it over to some forward-thinking individuals that saw this as an opportunity to make some ski trails, and they did that very smartly. Got this going as a ski venue. Now it hosts a biathlon. There's also some great mountain biking trails out here, and then you can ski all the way into downtown via the Coastal Trail, which is part of the Tour of Anchorage course. If you're looking for a reason to come to Anchorage as a skier, the Tour of Anchorage would be one to hit. It's a marathon race that starts at Hillside, pretty much covers all of the urban trails and takes you from the lower foothills of the Chugach Mountains all the way through Midtown, out the Coastal Trail, and finishes here at Kincaid Park. So now we're about 18 minutes from the U20 women's start. We're going to look for possible coverage of the podium of the U20 men, but I think Max and I are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with just a few minutes to go, either covering the junior podium or the start of the U20 women. So stick with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
We also might have some of that footage of me skiing the course just looping in the background, it looks like. So if you want to see how the course is looking like before the adult women and men got out there, stick around and watch that. just want to commentate here. Here is some of that rolling hills before Elliot's, before that Elliot climb. So it's quite easy in a sense. So for that mass start type of race, it really gets clumped up out there. There's some nice downhills, as you see right here. And for all these, I wasn't tucking, I was just standing straight up. So I didn't quite get as much speed as those guys will have out there. And you can see in front of me the Elliot's climb leads off into the distance. So here I'm striding up the first part of Elliot's. It's not too bad, but it's certainly no easy ski out there. I got pretty tired by the end of it for sure. And so after a first little climb, it plateaus out a slight bit before a little steeper climb you can see there in the distance. And that trail off to the right just hooks right down to the roller coaster, which will be coming down later.
Tuesday's heats. Get some work hours done in the morning. But yeah, I heard you're biking in no.
Yep, so here's that first steep part of Elliot's right here. A lot of people get out in herringbone during the race because they really feel like they're not having grip. When I'm skiing it slow like I am today, or was this morning, you can just easily stride right up. Although you can see my pace has definitely slowed down as I'm getting more and more tired. Just over on. One of the worst parts I found about Elliot's is this downhill right here is really not a downhill. You kind of have to work it pretty hard especially to stay up with that lead, whatever lead group you're with. So you'll see me take it easy as I'm on an easy ski, and I am real tired after that Elliot's. But it's a slight downhill. It's a road in the summer. It leads to an archery range back behind us now, or back behind me in that shot there. But in a race right here, you'll see a lot of people who are exhausted tucking this. They lose a lot of time. It's really not beneficial to go easy here. So those fast skiers and the men's and women's races have all, I'm sure, been really hammering this part. And yeah, that road, even that little downhill, kind of flattens out into a short uphill. And there's a sharp right turn soon that heads down on a roller coaster, which leads you to Dark Alley, and then eventually up and back into the stadium at Gong Hill. And this turn up here is real sharp. I've seen many broken poles on this turn, broken skis and whatnot. As a lot of the competitors get a little rowdy here, the skiers in the outside lane will cut in. And here I come swinging around and leading on the roller coaster, and you'll get to see how roller coaster looks. It's not as easy as you might think. It's truly a roller coaster. There's ups and downs, sharps left and sharp rights, and you have to work all of it to really get a good downhill. Of course, if you're into somebody's draft, and you can just suck off of them, that is the best idea. And you can see some dirt there. Like Andrew's been saying, the snowmaking efforts out here has been monumentous. It's been taking a whole village to get everything right. So there were some parts that the groomer setting tracks kicked up some dirt and rocks. But it was really minimal, and the course was in great shape and still is. And looks like we're getting that shot of the junior men's podium there, with Nathan Dodd, with Jack Levesque, Benjamin Barbier, and then William Bentley, respectfully, all on the podium there. Getting a nice cowbell from our NSAA volunteers up there. Looks like that's Sadie Bjornson helping out, giving those skiers their well-deserved awards. Again, that's Jack Levesque, Benjamin Barbier, and William Bentley on the podium there. Oh, we're back to me skiing here. I'm about to have it up on Dark Alley like we saw earlier and head over to Gong Hill. So I probably won't commentate too much on this as we already saw it. But here we are leading through a turning zone, which, if some of you don't know, a turning zone is the organizer's effort to let there'd be a legal area where the skier can do a skate turn so they can push off like they're skating. There's certain marked areas where they're allowed to do that. Those are often denoted by a empty or corner with no tracks and some spruce tips on the ski trail.
Yeah, that's right, Max. When they lift the tracks, then you're able to go around the corner in a turning technique and get a good push off that outside leg, and it's certainly something you want to do because you can come out of that corner faster than you went into it, much like speed skaters might do. That's where they really build their speed, is in the turn.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And then in the straightaways, they're kind of just holding that speed, but we don't quite have the same kind of centripetal slingshot that a speed skater does, but there is some effect there. And as you get better and better at skiing and the feel for skis, you're able to mimic that kind of centripetal slingshot out of it if you really push off that outside leg.
So here I am actually coming down Gong Hill. There's a great shot of the racers on that part earlier. So you come down the backside, a little dirt there in the snow, go right into the tunnel under the road, and then around the backside of the biathlon stadium, which you won't get to see. Kind of see a little hill on the left, and just have to take my word for it.
Yeah, this is a great look at some of the parts of the course that we aren't able to cover on the live stream. But here's that tunnel that we've mentioned a few times. It's not the one that connects to the stadium. There is one just to the east, and if he were to go straight through these V-boards, he'd end up in the biathlon stadium, but he's going to turn right and go behind that shooting range and then out onto the Leakish 1.5.
This is a nice little steep kicker here. During the race, I think most people get out and run because they're just thinking their kick won't stick. If you're going slow, you'll know that skill's not too bad and you can get some grip there. And so here I'll double pull down this nice little flat section. You can see the stadium and Kincaid Park off to your right of the camera. And it's a nice gradual left turn here before a sharp right up and then it's heading uphill into the Leakish, the first part of Leakish, before heading back down into the stadium.
And this is a paved little loop in this one. We don't have a great roller ski loop. I hear rumors that we may be improving upon that situation. But we have about, 1 or 2K of paved loop, and that's centered around the biathlon stadium that you just went by. If you'd gone left there, you would have gone in to shoot. But now you're going to go right. And if you look just to the right there, you can see the stadium, the main stadium area. We're able to look from our timing building and just catch glimpses of them as they ski this part of the trail, headed towards the southern end of the Leakish.
And if I were to go right where that snow gun is, that would head right back down through the stadium, through the tunnel that you see all of your athletes coming through during the racing. Instead, I'm going to turn left here onto Leakish. And here's a turning zone that I am striding through as I am extremely tired. No skate turning from me there. But I'm sure all those athletes are using that to get a nice little speed boost. Heading up onto the first part of Leakish, which is a nice little winding uphill into a sharp downhill and a little steeper kicker. This part is often under athlete. You're thinking about Elliott's, Gong Hill, but as you get here, you're often quite tired, really wanting to get to a lap. If you're those 20K men or women, you are wanting to get to your feed, which is coming up shortly, and this Elliott's part is just standing in your way, quite daunting. This is where Andreas Kierking earlier made his move, and as well as some of our U20 men were making moves out here on this Leakish climb here. You can't really tell on the camera, but this is a part where if you were really racing, you could probably be double pulling up it, going hard, and I opted for the stride. And on the right side there, that's actually the down track for Leakish that the athletes race down. Here is the top of that first Leakish climb. It plateaus out a little bit before a sharp left turn into a right-handed uphill. That's quite steep.
Did you see any moose on your journey this morning?
I didn't see any moose. I saw some volunteers out here, which should be coming up soon, that I believe are on the lookout for those moose that the skiers on Thursday had an encounter with. I know a teammate of mine, or I guess past teammate of mine, Ayla Berrigan from the UAF ski team, was charged by that yearling moose that was out on the outer part of Lake Ish. But yeah, so this part right here is actually quite steep, and then there's a turning, or I should say, I think it's technique zone or turning zone. I can't remember when I was out there. It is on a turn, so I can't remember.
Yeah, I saw a bull moose on my drive-in, sauntering its way.
Yeah, I did see that
Wanted
one.
to come see the races too, I think.
That was a great rack. I would love to take that one home in the fall. Permitted, of course.
Yeah, they don't allow hunting at Kincaid Park. There's been movements and from time to time to try and make that happen. There is a lot of moose at Kincaid. It's
That's right.
It would be probably not too dangerous to hold a hunt because they don't really move. You could probably shout a few times around the woods and say, "Hey, I'm going to shoot this moose," and no one answers back. Then you probably got a clear shot. But we are in a municipal lands and at a park, and so these moose are protected, and they know it. They
Oh,
know
they do.
that they
They'll get in your
own
face.
the place. Yes.
So here's that sharp downhill. I'm even talking a slight bit as it's pretty steep. I imagine it's a little icy for these junior women that are about to start, as it was a little icy for me before the races.
Yeah, that's a good point. As the sun now goes behind the southern horizon and the temperatures begin to drop back down, it could kind of speed things up for these junior women as they get going. They're about 3 minutes away now. I'm seeing some of the athletes place their skis into the correct spot in the chevron. They have to go through the time check and get a time chip on their ankle and make sure that their skis are appropriately marked so that they can be tracked for compliance
right.
with any fluoro and waxing rules.
And there's a nice sharp right turn into a sharp left turn that goes through the tunnel that you all see so often our athletes racing through. Right about here is where I realized how bad the wind was and remembered all those years I was racing through this tunnel, hit with an absolutely awful front wind.
Yeah, you're pointed straight north there, and if there is a north wind, it just whistles right through that tunnel, and you get blasted.
Oh yeah, and you saw it earlier in the adult race, or the adult races for men and women. Skiers who were drafting often had to stand up and even snowplow a little bit because those front skiers were slowed down so much by the wind. But I'll double pull here through the stadium under the spectator bridge, up and around our timing building that's on the right there where we're currently sitting, and I'll glance into the finish, but I won't come up to that finishing stretch.
Yeah, and that's a great look. We've had the alternate look from our cameras of the racers right at this point, and this is just a few hundred meters from the lap or finish.
And this is
It's
right
that
where
final little uphill before the descent.
a
Into
lot of moves can
hairpin.
actually be made here. I mean, the junior men actually had a shake-up in the leadership going up and down this hill. And then this should actually be perfect timing. Our junior women are lined up, skis on, putting their straps on just about. See some stragglers there just about to get set.
Yeah, and to cover some of our favorites that we'll be tracking in this junior women's race, we're looking at they're going to start in the 400s. 401, Rose Horning from the University of Vermont. I believe she's originally from Leadville, Colorado. Altitude baby. And bib 402, Allie Wheeler, Casper Nordic. 403, Lena Paduska, Jackson Hole. Nev Gerard from the University of Utah in bib 404. Maeve Inglefinger from Dartmouth College, a U20 skier in bib 405. Annalise Hanna, Ford Sayer Nordic, and 406 from Hanover, New Hampshire. Britta Johnson from the Tahoe Endurance Club in 407. Natalie Nicholas, UNH skier in bib 408. Leah Pereard, Ford Sayer Nordic in 409. Sydney Drevlo, we were calling her name in the sprints yesterday for Loppet Nordic Racing out of the Minneapolis area in bib 410. Nikki Johnson is ranked 11th in the early going. Tahoe Endurance Club, Elsie Weiss of the UAF ski team, bib 412. And that is a look at some of your top 12 ranked skiers. They are received their final instructions and are off. So the women's 10-kilometer junior U20 U18 race is underway with a trip to Europe, a trip to Norway, and a trip to Italy on the line. They are furiously double pulling out of the stadium, headed to the north, and have begun their 10-kilometer journey.
Beautiful shot there of the American and Alaska flag waving as those competitors hammer down the ramp, prepared to meet the challenges of Elliott's, Gong, and Leakish. Looks like there's already a tussle. Bib 479. Looks like she had met the snow a little early.
Yeah, that's the scrub zone, so they had to lift the 6 or so start lanes for a bit, and it's a kind of a downhill start to this race.
There's down quite a lot. There's some V boards out there that just cut it down to 3 or 4 lanes from those 6, and I've seen almost a few tussles happen right there, actually.
And there are 96, looks like 96 young girls on the start list today, so they kept it all in one flight. And it's still going to be a busy race, though. At least 96 on the start list. So we will be bringing you all the action as it comes. Now you're looking at one of the flatter parts of Elliott's climb. Really goes up in 2 or 3 sections with some short punches, but put it all together, it's a very much a grinding climb, and you need some good kick if you want to stay in the tracks all the way up and reach that foot super high up, plant the heel. Hope your kick is good in the loosening sugar snow, and you're on your way to the top of the high point of the course there across World Cup above Elliott's and then into roller coaster.
And so this is again we're showing roller coaster, which is after Elliott's. I repeat, that's the part after Elliott's we're looking at, which the athletes will be looking forward to getting to, so they can rest after that brutal long climb of Elliott's. I think we're looking to get, here's actually that part where the camera is showing. It's a nice gradual uphill where if you're going slower, you might just stride it. But you can see a competitor there, Brian Bushy, actually from University of Utah, hammering away, showing what it'd be like actually in the race. He'd most likely be double pulling it, and when we switch back to the Elliott's camera, I'm sure those junior women will be double pulling, double pull kicking to really get efficient and get up that hill fast.
Yeah, this is one of those flatter spots in the middle of Elliott's, but you can see looming on the horizon there that final punch to the top of the climb.
That's right. So this is real nice to see this shot this morning early with some nice tracks, and then we'll switch over back to our Elliott's live camera here in a little bit to show you how it looks now and see how it's actually done for some awesome racing.
It took our U20 men just under 29 minutes. That was wave 2 that finished in just under 29 minutes, but our Jack Levesque winner made the course in 26 minutes 22 seconds, so blazing fast time from him, and give us some indication of when we might see the girls. Took the men just over 13 minutes.
Here they are
to do a lap. Yeah, here we are, a live look at Elliott's climb. And it looks like 402 Allie Wheeler driving the pace early, looking very good, throwing the hand forward, nice and strong, good glide there, and looking very strong in the early going. All the girls still in a tight group, and nobody really making too huge moves, although the point of the chevron certainly is Allie Wheeler looking good here.
You can see it's kind of a battle between deciding if you want to kick or double pull at that flax section before you have to grind up the last part of Elliott's.
And just down on the bottom lower left of your screen is bib 401. That is Rose Horning from the University of Vermont. There is 435 Helen Townley from Loppet Nordic Racing. I can see it looks like 441. That is Sierra Strecker from Tahoe Endurance Club. There is 423. That is Sawyer Ezell from UNH, and also Crested Butte, Colorado, where I grew up. So a shout out to the Crested Butte ski fans watching Sawyer race here in Alaska.
And a little difference from the junior men race, the women have strung out just a little bit. There are already a few stragglers off the back coming in strong still. Up Elliott's though.
Yeah, I was noticing I had to flip back and forth between the first 2 pages because some of these ladies that are ranked down in the 50s were actually up in the top 20. So, to your point, there's been some shakeup in the rankings already.
Certainly.
And, it's starting to sort itself out over the top of Elliott's.
And here we switch to our Gong Hill camera, not quite as bright as it was earlier when the junior men were coming up and over, as that sun has gone down over the horizon. Or at least behind the hills of the Kincaid Park.
Yeah, we get about 4 hours of daylight this time of year. 10:30 to 4:30 is civil twilight, but the actual amount of time that the sun is up at a low angle
Certainly.
it goes by quick. That's going to change fast, though. I marvel every year that I've lived here that by February, end of February into March, you've forgotten that the days were short and you're gaining 5 minutes of daylight a day.
Don't I know it? And what we were just seeing there was the top part of Elliott's, that 5 part at the World Cup start, where right before roller coaster, I'm on the part of roller coaster here coming down. There's a little flat section before it shoots down to the right, up a little bit, and then down to the left. Like I said, the trail certainly has a roller coaster nature, up and down, left and right. And those junior women are on it now, certainly fighting to stay up and stay in position.
Yes, our final race of the day, and it's day 3 of these U.S. Nationals. We've got one more on tap, a skate sprint coming up Tuesday. It's been a great week of racing so far, and we are happy to bring you this coverage. Thanks for tuning in to the future of U.S. skiing, the future of women's skiers. No doubt there are some Olympians that will be coming out of this crowd at some point, should they stick in the sport and have the stars align. They can advance their career, and this is certainly one important stepping stone, is a mass start 10K against all the nation's best. Still no sign of them approaching Gong Hill, but I would expect in the next 30 to 60 seconds we should see our lead group make it over that high point.
That's right. I imagine it stayed pretty fast out there this morning for me. It was nice and fast, quick. I didn't really have any sections that were too slow, even though I had some home kick wax on there put on by myself. Those skiers who have some nicer race wax, I'm certainly will be flying on this nice icy granular snow. And despite the temperature change and the sun coming up here in Kincaid Park, the snow doesn't ever change. The snow in the stadium is often a little bit different than the snow out on course. And that snow out on course really never changes. It's pretty solid throughout the whole day, usually until it's been groomed and reset for the next day or some new precipitation comes in.
Yeah, and I think we're lining up to get some of that new precipitation over the next few days. The pattern is shifting. We've been locked in a high and cold high pressure for a couple weeks now, and that's pretty typical of Alaska. You get these blocking weather patterns. It keeps the moisture south of us, and we're in cold and high pressure outflow winds. We get Fairbanks' air coming down through the valleys across the Talkeetna Mountains, and it chills out the south central part of the state. But that wind is about to shift, and we're going to get some lofted warm airs coming from the south, and that should make things pretty interesting for Tuesday's race. Hopefully for the skiers like myself, recreational skiers at this point, the snow holds on for us for the rest of the winter. And we always kind of brace for these Chinook storms, we call them, as they bring in a lot of warm air. It can be right on the edge of sleet, freezing rain, and snow. You never know exactly what you're going to get, and it certainly changes the outlook of winter each time they come.
That's right, and we've had a bit of more of a lackluster of the year. Really only one snowstorm early on, so I'm hoping this snow really sticks around and hammers our mountains and even the ski trails here, so we can get some quality tracks set in all of our trails, get some more ski racing going on throughout the state.
Yeah, a lot of our recreational opportunities have changed into ice skating. It's been some really good ice skating, wild ice, on some high mountain lakes. Frozen and made some really good ice skating opportunities. Otherwise, yeah, you're hoping for backcountry.
For skiers coming up Gong Hill, looks like they're running and herringboning as those tracks have really disintegrated throughout the day.
Yeah, we'll try to get you a bib number.
I know that's a Tahoe Endurance Club race suit coming along.
Could be Britta Johnson, 407.
There's some BSF, Dartmouth.
There's also Nikki Johnson from Tahoe Endurance, 411. I think I did see 2 Tahoe Endurance. And that's a good showing of how steep this hill and what it can do to the young athletes here, grinding up it. It's a big climb.
Here they are. They're coming down the backside of Gong, tucking as they just put their last few pole efforts over the top.
I think I could see Maeve Inglefinger in the Dartmouth suit up in
in
the top 5. So you're starting to see that front group string out a little bit. They are about a quarter of the way through their race. They've traversed 3 kilometers. They have 7 to go.
Here's that shot back onto the pinnacle of Gong Hill. There's some AWS suits coming by. You can really see that snow flying. It's really stirred up. I doubt there's even any track on that part, as they're all just running. Oh, there's a slip by one of the skiers.
That was 474 Sophia Bender also from Crested Butte Nordic. Got to give a shout out to the hometown clubs when I see them out here making their way all the way up to Alaska. Welcome to Kincaid, Sophia.
An FXC skier dragging her poles underneath her as she's really breathing a sigh of fresh air. And she's done with Gong Hill for the first lap. I believe that was bib 492 coming up and over Gong Hill. That was Clara Sensenbau from Matsu Nordic. Matsu Nordic, a new ski club in Anchorage and Palmer, headed up by Eric Strabel, a former rock star from APU and from, well, actually the Valley, as he grew up out there and helped really establish the Government Peaks trails, him and his family out there. So it's great to see Matsu Nordic out here representing.
Yeah, they had a big showing at the Besh Cup. I was impressed with how many skiers they had. So we're going to be looking to see some more strong skiers, I think, coming out of the Valley in the next 5 to 10 years based on what I saw just in pure numbers from that club.
Certainly. It's always great to see another club popping up. It's always a little sad thinking about there's only just 2 strong clubs and there's really nowhere else to go, but having more options, serious or not, is awesome. So here's actually a shot of me coming up and over the backside of Gong, which we had just seen. So I'm about to come down and take that left turn we were all just watching those junior women take. And it's a nice, decent rest here, but it's pretty quick. Oh, here's...
Yeah, and that gives you a good feel of exactly where the athletes are right at this moment. They are out on that Leakish Trail, which they did a good job of showing. And pretty soon we'll be coming through this tunnel you're looking at now. That's the south tunnel of the stadium. And as this is a different tunnel that you're skiing through, this is the one that goes to the biathlon range. So we have a series of tunnels and bridges that allows the access road to reach the end of Kincaid Park, but also keep our ski trails connected. And hats off to the forward-thinking community members such as Jim Burkholder and Sven Vick. I'm blanking on some of the other really important names that we have that brought skiing, really raised the level and the amount of trails we have. And when the real estate came available to build ski trails, they were on it, and they made a great ski trail system here at Kincaid. We can see a lot of the parents and ski fans doing the migration from the top of the Gong Hill all the way across the stadium to that south tunnel. If you're quick enough, you can catch your athlete climbing that steep Gong Hill and then sprint your way over across the stadium to the tunnel and get to see him again. Okay, now we got some of the athletes coming out of that south tunnel, and it looks like the pack has further broken apart. There is 2 skiers off the front. They got about 15-20 meters on 2 more skiers, and then quite a gap to 5th place.
That's right, and that might be Maeve Inglefinger skiing for Dartmouth there on the right side. And then there's some BSF suits I saw, and maybe a Loppet Nordic Racing suit.
Yeah, I see an LNR suit, perhaps a BSF suit near the front there. But definitely splitting apart. The 5th place skier working all alone, and then there's quite a chase pack of 5 or 6 right behind her. All working hard. We'll get some updates on the live timing here. They're going to hit the lap next, and there's generally been a slight delay in the times populating, but we should be able to bring you some updated information on who we're looking at the front of the group.
coming through the lap just now.
And it does look like Maeve Inglefinger in that Dartmouth suit.
Looks like, yeah, that was Maeve Inglefinger in a time of 15:27 coming through, followed by Lena Poduska skiing for
Jackson Hole. So that was that blue suit skier, Lena Poduska. She made the U18 trip last year and went on to Opa Cups as well. So she's looking to make the World Juniors now. This time she was ahead of Sydney Drevlo from Loppet Nordic. That was the Loppet Nordic racing suit we saw. Just 3 seconds back, and right there with Tula Higman, the BSF skier, we saw U20. So there's looks like 3 U20s in the top 4, and Lena Poduska being the top U18 there in second.
Fortunately, it looks like our camera over there on the lap is having a little bit of technical difficulties, so not able to show it too well. But we are looking as skiers continue to come out off the Leakish climb under the tunnel and into the stadium.
So far, no other times are populating, but there was that group of 7 chasing down Tula and Sydney. So we will try and get a better idea of who was in that group when these times come back.
Looks like on the left of your screen you have a UAF skier who might not have chosen to finish the race today for a number of reasons. Hopefully she's doing all right, though.
So it took these ladies just about 15 and a half minutes to make one lap. So we're looking at probably 31, 32 minutes for a final time on the last race of the day, the women's U20 10-kilometer classic. Each lap is just over 5 kilometers, 5,121 meters. Total climb of 152 meters.
And the stats might not line up with some of those hard FIS World Cup races we see, or courses we see some of our top skiers racing. This course is really just unique on its own. A lot of the great skiers train and race on this year-round. It really has its heyday where I'd really say there's just not a lot of rest out there. It's pretty continuous all out. So that's why I'd say even these junior women on the first lap of their 5K are so strung out. It's just pretty continuous, and if it's not your day, it's not your day, and you're probably going to fall back early on in the race. You can see our volunteers there in the stadium in that red, white, and blue jackets, already tearing down the course, getting ready to reset for tomorrow's training day and Tuesday's skate sprint to finish out our 2025 U.S. Nationals.
So here we are back at Elliott's, and there is our lead group. Looks like there's still 4 pretty much working together. That is Maeve Inglefinger kick double pulling off the front, and she is flanked by Lena Poduska there on the left, 4:03 and 4:05. And then just behind her, looks like
Bib 4:15.
That's Tula Higman. Yeah.
And then would be, I'd say, Chase pack number 1. There's a slight group of about 8 skiers all strung out there trying to get back into that lead. I think that was Bib 4:02, Allie Wheeler I might have seen there on the front of it.
I see 4:11, Nikki Johnson from Tahoe Endurance. Good race for her so far. There is your top-ranked skier going into the race, Rose Horning from UVM, a little bit back. I can see a slip from Craftsbury Green Racing Project. I think that was Ruth Krebs, 4:14. There's 4:26, Nessia Nicholas from BSF. Now we're really starting to see the heart of the women's field coming through.
And they're really strung out. I'd say that the junior men were all pretty together, and even to go so far to say the adult women and men. But the junior women are really putting on the pace at the front, and it's really strung out this group.
Yeah, I agree. It's blown apart the pack, and the pace got pushed early. You see that often in women's racing. And I think it's just something to do with the female brain. They don't mess around. They wanna find their pace early, and if you can keep it, good luck. Otherwise, I'm gonna bury you. And the women are good at that. The men tend to mess around more and play cat and mouse. And
They certainly do. I remember loving those days, though. It was super fun. I don't know if I would have loved to race in this just all out.
yeah.
Looks like we got a little technical difficulty there. Skier might have broken a pole, getting a talking to from a coach.
Yeah, it's Hannah Koch from the Minneapolis Ski Club. Looks like she's wrapping up her day.
Hopefully she's all right, and we can see her back on Tuesday. She gave it a great effort out there, though. The coaching staffs for these teams is really incredible. They're doing a lot of work for these skiers that you don't see. And they're here 5 a.m. and they leave at 5 a.m. Some of these coaches really getting their skis down and helping out their athletes. Well, it's really awesome to see.
We've had some more times populate. So again, your top four in that group is Maeve Engelfinger, Lena Poduska, Sydney Drevlo, Tula Higman, and then it was 10 seconds back to Nikki Johnson. This is at the lap, so things maybe changed a little bit on the way up Elliott's, but Nikki Johnson 10 seconds back and just 5 seconds ahead of Allie Wheeler from Casper Nordic at 15:45. Annalise Hanna also in there, and then I lost the timing page, so I'll be back to that in just a minute. Behind Annalise Hanna was Beth McIntosh, Green Mountain Valley School. It looks like a pack of three: Allie Wheeler, Annalise Hanna, and Beth McIntosh. Rose Horning right in there, 15:47. Linnea Oostdigian from Loppet Nordic Racing at 15:48. Also in there, Mia Stiasny, APU skier, originally from Girdwood, skiing with the APU Ski Club, and now at South High. She was angling for that U18 trip after the 10K. I think she got bumped back a little bit in the standings, but she is within the top 6 now again for the U18. Tula Hickman actually I see as a U16 girl, so she's going to try and follow in the shoes of our previous winner. Jack Levesque was the U16 winner of the U20 race, so we got a U16 skier in that top 4. Tula Higman, one to watch from Bridger Ski Foundation.
Now we're actually looking there. Allie Wheeler's still on the results list, not a few down. I just got word from one of the jury members. She actually broke her ski right before the tunnel coming in the stadium, so she's doing awesome that she's still out there skiing. Got a new ski maybe.
That is impressive to get a switched out ski and then keep yourself in the top 10.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So this is the final lap. They have probably about 3K to go now to their finish line, and the next point we'll see them is the top of Gong Hill. And I suspect that group of 4 is going to get whittled down to 2 or 3, if not 1, in the last few kilometers. So Maeve Engelfinger and Sydney Drevlo are both U20 skiers. Lena Poduska in that U18 category. Tula Hickman, I mentioned, was U16, but she would be racing for a U18 spot. Nikki Johnson in the U18, as well as Allie Wheeler, Annalise Hanna. Beth McIntosh would be the third U20 skier, but back in 8th. Just ahead of Rose Horning in 9th, also a U20 skier for the University of Vermont. Linnea Oostdigian, also a U16 skier for Loppet Nordic Racing. So we've got a few U16 skiers at the top, and just ahead of U18 skier Mia Stiasny.
Looks like we have some movement here on Gong Hill as the leaders are coming up and over.
And I think that's Lena Poduska in the blue suit there.
I believe so, and then Engelfinger's following her behind.
Yeah, Lena's looking strong. You can tell she tried to make a move on there, and it is splitting apart this pack of 4. So a good move by Lena up the Gong Hill. That was Sydney Drevlo getting dropped, and Tula Higman doing her best to hang on in the BSF suit. And there is another chase group starting to come up the Gong Hill.
That's right. There's a Tahoe Endurance. There's Sydney Drevlo coming up and over down the backside of Gong Hill there.
So this is shaping up to be an exciting finish here between Elena Poduska and Maeve Ingelfinger.
There's a BSF. Oh. An APU skier following up in second in that pack with the Tahoe Endurance Club skier following close behind her.
We are in the last reaches of the sunlight striking the tops of the trees here at Kincaid Park, so the sun is just about fully set on our ski racing day, and we have an exciting finish just a few minutes away. They are about 2 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers now to go to the finish. The next spot we'll see them is coming out of the Leakish through the South Tunnel.
And these women look tired coming up the hill. All of them are all herringboning. I don't see really any striding technique at the top of this hill. I imagine those tracks are gone. Would not really be good to try and stride up that.
Yeah, if you're going to try and stride through sugar, you really got to be on your kick zone 100% perfect.
Most of these skis, I'm sure, are waxed just to have enough kick to do this 10K course. So I imagine it's getting a little slippery for them out there, so herringboning is going to be that fastest technique for them. And you can see those skiers just having their hands down at their sides. They're exhausted as they come up and over the Gong Hill. I relate to that feeling very much. This is a challenging course, and Gong Hill, I'd say, being the peak of it.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of rest on that downhill because you got to make some corners, and you're just trying to tell those wobbly legs to keep the body upright.
Looks like we had a little casualty on the bottom of your screen there. Hope he's all right. Lapin Nordic Skiing Racing Club going over there with the Tahoe Endurance falling close behind.
Based on the tempo I saw at Elena Poduska, I'm going to predict she's going to keep that hammer down and really give Maeve Ingelfinger a run for her money. They both look good, but I think Lena looked really strong over the top, and
she did. She had some fire under her skis.
Yeah, that's a good spot to make a move if you can get it to stick.
Junior women continue to come up and over Gong Hill here. I'm sure all of these ladies are more than excited to not have to do this climb again in a 10K race. Looks like here we have that skier that chose to end her race a little bit early. Hopefully she's all right, and we'll see her out there on Tuesday again. And here's probably the backside of the Gong Hill court. It's probably the back end of that junior women's field coming up and over Gong.
Yeah, I see bib 449. That is Sophia Bertinow, College of St. Scholastica. So we should be less than a minute or so away from our lead skiers coming through that south tunnel. And at that point, they'll be a couple hundred meters from their finish. I think I saw Scarlett Parr in the BSF suit, bib 490, skiing better than her bib number.
And there's a lot of BSF out here. It's really awesome to see them representing strong today, especially in these younger categories.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how many BSF there are, because we've definitely seen a lot of them out on the course.
Yeah, often you'll see a lot of a team in the older categories, and then their youth kind of fizzles out. Oh, looks like we have our first skier coming through on her lonesome into the stadium here.
Yeah, and it is the blue suit of Elena Poduska. She's probably got 40 meters on the Dartmouth Big Green, Maeve Ingelfinger. So the decision was made by Elena Poduska to push hard over the Gong Hill. She made that move stick. She kept it going through the final Ks of Leakish Loop. And barring any sort of disaster, she's going to come away with the title today in the women's 10K.
That's right, and a great racing by her. And we saw it earlier in the adult women's race. These women have really thrown down out there early on as well.
And I could see Tula Higman in third in that BSF suit. She was a ways back of Maeve Inglefinger, so no, I think we have our podium pretty much figured out. It's looking like Lena Poduska is going to take the win over Maeve Inglefinger and Tula Higman.
We should just see here in a few seconds. Oh, here she comes. Bib 4:03, Lena Poduska coming hammering into the finishing stretch. She's on the last turn.
And a great race for her. Congratulations to Lena Poduska, your 10K winner at today's race at Kincaid Park. All alone, no one in sight. She made a decisive victory today. We even got live cowbell in the broadcast booth to bring Lena Poduska home. Congratulations to her. Jackson Hole skier looking to punch her ticket to Italy for the World Junior team.
There's Maeve Inglefinger coming up, runner-up in this junior women's 10K.
It's going to be just about 10 seconds back. And here's the young U16 skier, Tula Higman, in the BSF suit. Great race for her. Young up-and-coming skier. Notches at her podium.
There's Sydney Drevlo of Loppet Nordic Racing coming home to the finish line with another Loppet Nordic Racing skier behind her.
She had a great run in the junior heats yesterday and follows it up with an awesome 4th place today. Here is Linnea Ustigian, another U16 skier from LNR. Great race for her. There is 4:11, Nikki Johnson from Tahoe Endurance, followed by Allie Wheeler. And there's Rose Horning, as well as Tula Higman. Oh, that's 4:45. Excuse me, Tula Higman already finished.
Hannah, Ford and Sarah Nordic crossing the line strong.
4:45 was Mia Stiasny, APU skier. 4:06 crossing the line, Annalise Hanna.
It's a good shot of 3:14. That's Ruth Krebs.
Oh no, an unfortunate tangle right at the end. Can she get it back together to hold off the BSF skier? It looks like now at 4:26, that is Nessia Nicholas able to overtake a spot there after an unfortunate stumble. Great race from Adeline Lowen, but just couldn't quite keep on her feet through the last 50 meters. 4:07 also with them, Britta Johnson from Tahoe. And now they're coming in with a rapid fury pace. I see 4:81 with the Great Race skiing way above her bib number. That is Molly Maybach from Sun Valley.
It's a great shot down the finishing stretch. As you have a AWS skier, 4:59 coming in.
Looks like Elise Elliott.
Followed by APU and then 2 more AWS skiers. Great to see those hometown skiers coming in.
Yes, Maya Cam Magruder, also in the Winter Star suit. Here's APU skier. Looks like it is Greta Bochenek from APU. Also 4:57, that would be Stella Powell from the Minneapolis Ski Club. Now we get a nice look at the carnage and the finish line.
Bib 4:41, Tahoe Endurance Club, Sierra Strecker there at the finish. Bib 4:33, it's Meredy Little from APU coming across the finish line there. Meredy not wearing a hat, a headband, or anything. She's saying she's too tough. She's skied her so much she doesn't even feel that wind.
Yeah, Alaska tough, I guess. There is 4:19 coming across the line, Frances Tucker from Eastern Massachusetts. UAA skier 4:52 crosses the line. That is Dash McCabe. Originally out of the Methow Valley, younger sister to Novi McCabe.
Bib 4:53, taking a little snow nap.
And I see a nice embrace of the snowpack here at Kincaid Park. Feels really good. She's going to have a little nap there. 4:53, that's Inga Wing from Loppet Nordic Racing. Hard efforts by all.
Bib 4:23
battles won and lost.
Sawyer Zell, seen for University of New Hampshire. AWS skier 4:68.
Maya Turpak.
Turpak finishing strong there.
So to cover again our top 10, we have Beth McIntosh from Green Mountain Valley School in 10th, Mia Stiasny in 9th at the APU Ski Club, skiing for UVM in 8th place, Rose Horning in 7th place from Casper Nordic, Allie Wheeler from Tahoe Endurance Club in 6th place, Nikki Johnson, U16 skier out of Loppet Nordic Racing, Linnea Ustigian from also, and we got Tula Hickman, U16 girl, in 3rd in this race.
Well, it's awesome to see those younger skiers coming up and racing their older competitors and besting them, actually. So it's really awesome to ski and really promising for the future of U.S. skiing.
See 466 there, Sarah Hoddle from Team Soldier Hollow, followed by 475. That looks like Amelie Issam, Minneapolis Ski Club. There's a Saint Scholastica skier, 449. That is Sophia Bartonau.
One difference between these junior women and the junior men is the men were a lot more sprawled out. There's quite a bit of carnage, some crashes actually after the finish line. These women are calm, cool, and collected after they finished.
Yeah, I think the men saw so many floppers, there was no room left to flop. They just kind of had to mangle their way right out of the finish
You
pen.
would rely on your competitor there. There's Bib 490, Scarlett Parr from BSF coming in. Good finish. Looks like she's going to take a little nap there. Bib 464 powering down the finish stretch. That is Ada Chapman out of Western Colorado coming across the line.
And Matsu skier 491, Kindle LaRousse, U16 skier.
It's awesome. Those Matsu suits are pretty cool, actually. I haven't seen too many of them. It's really awesome. They got suits designed and out for their athletes so quick. I feel like I just learned at the club the other day, so that's awesome. 463 at Tahoe Endurance Club skier coming across the line. It's Annika Johnston. Good job to her.
And 473 making way to the line. That is Isabel Cellini from Ford Sayer Nordic out of Hanover, New Hampshire.
Isabel, I'm sure, might be looking at watching the NCAAs when they're over there in New Hampshire. APU skier coming down the line, 486.
Looks like Abigail Howe. We're nearing the end of the U20 women's field now at this point.
489, Ingrid Bowrick coming across the line just behind the camera. There she was briefly.
That's a Fairbanks skier, if I'm not
That is
mistaken.
correct, FXC. Ingrid Bauer, sister of Josh Bowrick, who's on the UAF ski team, and also youngest sister of Dale Bowrick, who was on the St. Scholastica ski team. All of them skied for FXC, which Ingrid currently skis for.
I've seen a lot of Bowrick names.
It's a strong name. They're a good clan out here. It's great to see the youngest Ingrid still skiing. 471 out of Tahoe Endurance Club, just coming across the line there. Looks like there's a little gap. I'm not sure if she's the last one. That was Olivia Karch.
Well, congratulations to all these competitors today. A hard-fought battle in this women's 10K race in cold temperatures. They had the most stirred-up snow and most skied-on course of anybody today. So
Right.
They had some extra elements. They had the battle, and we saw it playing out on the Gong Hill. Full herringbone required to get up that thing in that sugar snow. And lots of battles that were won out there today. Everybody working hard and healthy and smiling. It's good to see these healthy kids at the finish line doing what they love and having a good time doing it.
That's right, and that was a group of Matsu Ski Club skiers all getting together, congratulating each other, and talking about the race there.
Do one more shout out to our sponsors today. Presenting sponsor Toyota and ConocoPhillips of Alaska. Bibs provided by Kappa. Additional local support from Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, Coca-Cola, Life Med Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, Piston Bowley USA, and a shout out to the Hoarding Marmot, bringing you the waxing village that is up above us in the parking lot. Teams waxing between trailers and the bunker, and they are getting some support from the Hoarding Marmot, local winter consignment store right here in Anchorage.
It looks like our cameraman's down there mixing it with the athletes as they talk to their relatives and family and friends about the adventures they went through out there on the trail. Looks like an APU skier there, Sammy.
Is that Sammy Legat?
Sammy Legat, yeah, I was trying to blanking on the last name there. Long-time ski family. I skied with her older brother.
I think we're planning to bring you some coverage of the final podium ceremony of the day, featuring Lena Podesta, Maeve Inglefinger, and Tula Higman. If you want to see the future stars of U.S. skiing, you'll stick around for that podium ceremony.
Shout out to our main cameraman Mike there, star of the show for 49th Media, walking in the center of your screen. He's really pulled it all together and helped us get all these cameras figured out to have an awesome production for this U.S. Nationals. We got one more skier coming down the finishing stretch, although it looks like we'll pick her up here in just a second. It's a Matsu skier. That's bib 493.
Looks like Ava Moore Smith from the Matsu Nordic Ski Club.
Congrats to her. It's not easy being out there alone, I can tell you that from experience.
Yeah, and a lot of these, particularly the U16 and U18 skiers, very likely their first U.S. National Championships they've skied in. It's always an eye-opening experience at your first one to
Certainly
take in the size of the crowds, the level of competition, and it only increases the butterflies and the nerves. But as you do more of these, you get more and more comfortable. You learn your talents and race to your strengths. And it's one of the stepping stones along the way to a storied ski career.
Most certainly, and it's awesome that Matsu Nordic skiers are getting to race U.S. Nationals, being so new, and maybe even new to this entire racing scene. It's awesome to see them out here getting such a big race as their first experience, first dip into the water, I should say. And again, huge shout out to all of our volunteers for all these days. You can see them on the right of your screen with that red, white, and blue coats and the race official bibs. They're out here all day, all morning, all night, setting up, taking down, and standing out in the cold for these athletes so they can have the best races possible.
Yeah, and sauntering through in the orange pants, that was Adam Verrier. He's your stadium announcer and great voice of skiing. He is often on this live stream for U.S. Nationals, and I think he prefers the stadium announcing. He does a great job down there on the microphone out in the cold. Max and I have the easier job getting to hang out in the warm timing shed and call the races from the screen and from the windows.
Certainly. I would not want to be out there with my hand out on a cold microphone. And it looks like I can hear whispers of the awards being set up there. And it looks like, in the meantime, we'll leave you with the footage of me skiing the course earlier this morning. I'm sure it looks nothing like this after seeing 400-something racers out there. And we'll bring you back for the awards and then finish out the broadcast for today. Alrighty, looking at the junior women podium here. That is Tula Higman out of BSF in third place. Second place there is Maeve Inglefinger skiing for Dartmouth. And that Rozzy Red. You have Lena Poduska from Jackson Hole in first today. That is your junior women 10K podium. Congrats to all those who competed. Congrats to these three for making it onto the podium and getting a special NSAA cowbell. So again, that is Tula Higman in third place, Maeve Inglefinger in second, and Lena Poduska, your junior women 10K Classic Mass Start champion there. Congrats to those ladies. Awesome. Today was a great day of racing. Started out with the men's 20K mass start. Champion with Johnny Hagenbooth taking first place there. Or no, I apologize. Andreas Kierking winning the overall first place. John Steele-Hagenbuch in second, and then Luke Jager in third. John Steele, of course, first placed for Americans there, with Will Koch coming in third and Luke Jager second. And we moved on to the senior women's race today. Kendall Kramer out of UAF taking the lead in an exciting finish. Erica Levine in second and Lauren Jortberg in third. Moving on to, and then we moved to the men's U20 10K with Jack Levesque, a U16 AWS skier in first there. Benjamin Barbier in second and William Bentley in third. It looks like we're doing the College Cup Awards here. So that's Kate Oldham, woman of the Barbara Rockhart Award from MSU. I can't remember the requirements for winning that, but congratulations to Kate Oldham from MSU for winning that. And now they're going to do the College Cup Awards there. Sounds like University of Utah in the Women's College Cup is in third. Second place, Montana State. University of Denver for the Women's College. University of Colorado winning it out for the men's side. UAA in second, and University of Denver men's team in third there, so congratulations to the University of Colorado for winning that men's cup. The overall winner of the College Cup here and the UAA invite is Denver University, so congrats to them for winning that overall cup. Congrats to that coach there, accepting the award for his athletes who are no doubt resting. And that will wrap it up for today's broadcast of the 20K and 10K mass start here at U.S. Nationals. That was Max Bargrosline on the second half today with Nita Kempel earlier and Andrew Kastening, your announcers for today. Join us again on the race on Tuesday for a men and women classic skate sprint. Thank you again for an amazing day. And that was your 20K and 10K mass start for the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships.